Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Let's go. How y'all feel? I feel good. It's another Saturday. Friday night, rather. My bad. 2-year anniversary of the show. That's the name of it today. Hey, it's been 2 years of doing this thing, Congratulations are in order, Celebrations. I don't have a montage for it, so just say, woo, yay. We've been doing this for 2 years. Anybody that's been with us for the duration knows that, the show has went through a number of changes and, formats and so forth and so on, and we've landed on this 2 days a week live show that's mostly news and politics and commentary. Can y'all hear me? Let me double check this. That's mostly okay. So yeah, we do social issues. We talk about spirituality. Basically, we talk about everything. Things that's relevant to people. The whole point is to try to bring more awareness and bring us closer together. The whole point is to, like, we have arguments from the left and from the right all the time. We have arguments, just to show that, we agree more than we disagree. And we can talk civilly about things that we are emotional about, That's the reason why I tend to pick subjects. I don't shy away from anything, but sometimes some subjects are really, really touchy. So I kind of give a disclaimer usually when I'm going into something that's really touchy, which we'll probably get into a couple today. And so when we have discourse on really touchy subjects, sometimes it's difficult to, keep your emotions under control and be able to talk about the topic, civilly. I think for us as a society, for us to grow and change, we have to be able to have these conversations. I think that they're way more important than they seem, because we everything on the internet is boobs and TikToks and butts and fart jokes and I don't know, just eating food, like totally stuff that's not very relevant to the human condition. I think, I want to throw my little drop in the pot, make my ripple of things that really matter to people, the things that people talk about in their homes, the things that people are afraid to talk about, publicly, and find out what people's real, true feelings are about things so that we can move forward. It's revolutionary media, I swear to God. And I think that these conversations are revolutionary. That's why I call it revolutionary talk. I think that that's what it is. I think that, these conversations is what lead to revolutions. They spark them. We're going to talk about France in a little while, but look at what's going on in France. It's crazy. People want to keep the order, if you will, keep the civility, keep the go along to get along type of deal. But it's a lot of people that's suffering. It's a lot of things that aren't the way they should be, or the way that they could be. There's a lot of improvements that can be made, and they're never going to happen without anybody rattling the bars. You know what I mean? Without people kind of getting upset. You should be upset about things like, okay, happiness is true. Be happy, as happy and content as you can be. You make what you can out of life. But as you become more aware of things, I think a lot of us should be angry. Now, carrying the anger in an unhealthy way is not good for your health. It's not good for your mental stability. It's not good for your physical health. But at the same time, when we care about each other, we care about our neighbors, we care about the struggles that others are going through, and we think that we can do something about it, because the only way is to move forward together. That's the only way. Is they love to keep us divided. They love to keep us arguing and fighting about, cultural issues or just like random things. We're divided, fighting about different stuff, put us in different segments and categories so that we don't see each other as comrades, as brothers and sisters, which is what we are, the human family. So, we can overcome together. We can't overcome separately. So that's what these conversations are about. It's about bringing us together, so that we can move forward. The powers that be are the few, and they're winning. They're winning by keeping us separated. But the day we wake up and realize our brothers and sisters are going through the same struggles and we can help each other, that's game over. So let's do some. The shorts have been doing really well on the show. That's where I've been finding most of my success in the clips. I was doing so much editing the first year and a half of the show. And in the last 6 months or so, I've been just doing a bunch of shorts. And boom, the show is getting views, and the subscriber count is blowing the hell up, which is great. Great. I was trying to avoid the whole shorts thing, because the topics that we cover, you can't put in 15-second clips, but whatever. I'm rolling with it. What works, really don't have much choice. So if I want to reach more people, then I got to make shorts. It is what it is. So I kind of want to do some of let's play some clips of videos that have done well to start off with today, because it's the 2-year anniversary. So let me see here. Give me a second. Let me share what I'm looking at here so y'all can see it. We also have the listening viewers, because I do the audio podcast on Spotify and Apple, and I make clips to put on there. So I always keep that in mind when I'm doing the show. That's why I don't do too much visual stuff. And when I do, I try to describe it, because, for the audio listeners, we do have a fan base of audio listeners. Some people prefer to just like drive their car or whatever and let podcasts play. You know, I'm kind of one of those people. Don't always want to watch videos. Anyways, let's see. Let's do this by, let me see. How do we want to do this? It's taking forever to load. Let's do this by, let's do it by 365 days. So the last year. And let's see, what are our top contents? Damn. See, of course it would be recent videos. It's crazy because lately the stuff has been blowing up. Can we go to the video? How about I just open this screen so I can see what they are, and then I'll just go to the video on another screen, because this screen has got too much stuff. I think that's how I want to do it. Let's see. Give me a second, y'all, while I work this out. Content, posts, no, live videos. It doesn't have the clip for shorts in here. That's weird. Do videos, are videos consider shorts? Oh, okay, they are. Scroll. So let me see. What if they do have evidence against Trump was the best doing video over the past year, and it did 6K views. Let's find it. There's got to be a better way for me to do this. Instead of having to scroll all the way. I can look at views. Can I do this? Can I organize this by views? Because I post a lot. I post a lot of videos. Oh, we got it. It got, let me see, 81 likes, 23 dislikes. I like the dislikes, y'all. So go ahead and do them, because, hey, you don't like it, you don't like it. Okay, I got way too many freaking windows open. Let's close some of these. 1 second. Let's share this. Boom.
And he's on tape saying, I want to show you this, but it's classified.
Sure.
And I can't declassify it, which means he had documents.
It's an admission of not being able to.
Which means a tape, which is authenticated, that they authenticated this is Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And he's on tape saying, I want to show you this, but it's classified.
Sure.
And I can't declassify it, which means he had documents.
It's an admission of not being able to.
Which means a tape, which is authenticated.
So it's just a little bitty clip talking about a video that is out there that has Trump saying, you know, he knew he had classified stuff and that it wasn't declassified. So just a little clip. And, you know, you had these guys who are Trump supporters who are saying, you know, Trump is innocent or whatever. And this guy here is trying to say, well, you know, what about the evidence that they have against him? So that's it on that. Pretty simple. Can I go back? Do not want to play that stuff. How come I can't just go to the video here through this window? Oh, I can. Oh, this is way better. Way, way, way better. Okay, let's share this one. This is the second top viewing video of the year.
Is any news organization you know of so corrupt that it's willing to hurt you on behalf of its biggest advertisers?
Wow.
Anyone who do that is obviously Pablo Escobar level corrupt
Wow.
and should not be trusted.
Wow.
What would that look like?
So this one, let's play one more time.
Is any news organization you know of so corrupt that it's willing to hurt you on behalf of its biggest advertisers?
Wow.
Anyone who do that is obviously Pablo Escobar level corrupt
Wow.
and should not be trusted.
Wow.
What would that look like?
So it was Jimmy Dore talking about Tucker, and this was Tucker's first show after he was it? No, he was still on Fox for this one. And oh yeah, they were talking about what got Tucker kicked off of Fox, and they were thinking maybe it was this clip right here that they were playing right here, talking about the news media, not being trustworthy, or basically a specific news channel, allowing its advertisers to control the. Let me see. One more time.
Is any news organization you know of so corrupt that it's willing to hurt you on behalf of its biggest advertiser?
Yeah. So is any news, are they willing to hurt you on behalf of its biggest advertisers? So basically, not telling you the truth, to your own detriment, for the benefit of, investors, basically, ads, I think that's one of the biggest problems with the news media now. And it's why a lot of people are turning to independent media, because even if it's not 100% accurate, most of the time, at least you're getting a valid opinion from someone that's not being forced, spoon fed to them by an investor, or, you're not getting ads all the time, them trying to sell you stuff. You're not getting, you just can't be sure that anybody is being honest, when they're getting these big fat checks. They're not gonna scrutinize a company that's paying them. You know what I mean? So if like a company, like a pharmaceutical company, or you name it, is doing something shady, and you're the news, and then it's your job to call out shady stuff, you're not gonna call out shady stuff on a company that pays your bills. So I think that's what has led to us being in the position that we're in. Let's see. Why does it have to open a new window every time? It's kind of annoying. Let's close this one. All right, we're going to do the third top view video.
Can you say if you want Ukraine or Russia to win this war?
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. In.
Can you say if you want Ukraine or Russia to win this war?
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying.
And I can't help but to feel Trump heavily on this, And then you had the leading question that the person was doing when they were asking him. It's like, you're not supposed to, if you're supposed, first off, you're supposed to support Ukraine, right? And you're supposed to go against Russia over here in the United States or whatever. Like, there's communism, Putin is the devil, and all of this stuff. So that's the first thing, and then you can't even say that you care about the Russian soldiers if they're dying. You know what I mean? Like, then you're a Putin puppet, or you're a Russian sympathizer, or you're a communist or whatever. It's all really leading, and it's the narrative. So if you go against the narrative, then you're a bad guy, basically. So then you had Trump here avoiding, they were trying to lead him into a position to back him into a corner to be like, oh, so then you like Russia, then you are all about Putin and all of this or whatever. He's like, wait, let's slow down a minute. I don't want anybody dying. People dying, the Ukrainians dying or the Russians dying. I don't want no death. Let's bring this war to an end, And it's crazy because over here in the States, I mean, we're ran by the neoliberals, and they're all straight up war hawks. Don't care how many people die or how many cities get destroyed. You know what I mean? They don't care at all. And the reason why they support that shit is because it makes them money. It's the military-industrial complex is making a killing off of this whole thing. During the war and after the war is over, they're going to make a killing. They're making money on both ends. Like, they do not care about Ukrainians dying, and they do not care about Russians dying at all. And then you got, this fake thing that they make it like, the whole point of it is to weaken Russia or whatever. Or it's because Russia did an aggression. Oh, poor Ukrainians or whatever. Like, they really care about them people. They don't. They're about making money. War is profit. War is a racket. So, boom, that's what it is. And then these politicians and the media are getting paid. The military industrial complex is the biggest, fattest cat on the block. They are the ones who have the biggest checks. They can give blank checks to whoever and keep on giving out blank checks, and it don't stop. There's no problem with that. They got endless funds, basically. So, like, to buy a politician ain't nothing. To buy off a news anchor ain't nothing. You know what I mean? You look at the commercials on these major news media shows, and you're going to see Boeing, you're going to see Raytheon, you're going to see, Halliburton, all the big names. I always wondered, why the hell does Boeing need a damn commercial anyways? Nobody is buying big ass fucking airplanes who's watching the damn MSNBC or Fox or something. I'm sitting here watching Fox, and I'm watching a news show, and then an advertisement for Boeing comes on, and it's like, oh, so yeah, I was planning on buying a 747 or something. Like, why do they even need commercials? Like, that's just something to think about. Why are they even playing commercials? Anyways, moving on. That was the third most viewed video. It got 5K views. Let's see this one. One second. It's got to be a more efficient way for me to do this. It's annoying that we recognize that children need things like a summer break and several vacations a year, but we think it makes sense to have adults work 60 years with maybe 2 to 3 weeks off a year if you're lucky. And it's annoying that we recognize that children need things like a summer break and several vacations a year, but we think it makes sense to have adults work 60 years with maybe 2 to 3 weeks off a year if you're lucky. This one was surprising to me because the other, 3 videos? 1, 2, 3, yeah. Like, the top one was some Trump supporters talking about Trump. And then the next one down was a clip of Tucker. Well, basically it was Jimmy Dore talking about Tucker, playing a Tucker clip. And then the next one down was a Trump clip. And then this one, it got 2K, almost 3K views. And it's just like a meme that I was reading. And I shared this because it hit me personally. It said, it's annoying that we recognize that children need things like a summer break and several vacations a year, but we think it makes sense to have adults work 60 years with maybe 2 to 3 weeks off a year if you're lucky. Like, and if you think about mental health, and tomorrow's show is going to be about, what is it? Hold on, let me see. Let me look at my notes here. What is it? Quality of life. That's going to be the name of the show tomorrow. And, if you think about quality of life, and we like in this meme, it's saying, we understand that children need a break, And how come we feel like once you become an adult, you don't need a break, you know? And then we have this crazy, like, work ethic type of, what's the word? Everyone is supposed to work hard. Like, you're supposed to work harder or whatever. Like, you know, you're weak or lazy if you want to take a break or whatever, you know? We have this thing where it's like, even after you get off of work, you're supposed to go work another job or whatever. Like, you know, like, and that's what it is. It's like, and you're lazy and sorry if you don't. And then like, you deserve to be in the gutter and you deserve to be homeless if you don't have that mentality, you know, like, it's crazy. Like, you know, we're just children, you know what I mean? Like, as we get older, you know, we know more stuff or whatever, but we're not any different really than we were when we were like teenagers, you know what I mean? Like, physically, you know, we still need the same stuff. We still need a break. We still need rest, you know, R&R to be physically healthy and to be mentally healthy. But it's crazy that once you become an adult, your mental health is, you know, all the way off the table. Like, they're like, go get a therapist, you know what I mean? You know, that's what you're supposed to do or whatever. But it's like, as far as getting a break, you know, and then the higher you go up in the world of like making money or whatever, or in the corporate world, then they do talk about quality of life a lot more. And they structure the way that your work life balance is, and you know, vacation times. Like, you, once you get to be in a position of getting, you know, 2, 3, 4, 6 weeks of vacation, you know, 401k, healthcare, dental, you know, eye care, you know, that's when that it seems like, you know, everyone is working to get into that position, you know. But if you don't have like a corporate job, if you're not getting paid a salary, and which is the majority of people here in the States, you don't get that. And a lot of them don't get vacations ever. I know people who has never, ever got a vacation, ever. You know, they work hard all the time, you know, but they can't take a vacation really because they have to pay their bills. They keep on coming. You know, if they take a vacation, they don't get paid. So that's what it is. When you're on salary, you know, you take a vacation, you still get your check, your bills still get paid. But if you're not on salary, you take a vacation, you're not getting paid anything. So, and then your bills still keep coming. So a lot of us can't take vacations because otherwise we won't be able to pay our bills. It's really, really, really simple. But, you know, how come we have a system like that? How come our, you know, society is structured in that way where, you know, if you take a vacation, you won't be able to pay your bills, and now you're gonna be homeless. So you just gotta work, and then die. Like, what kind of fucking life is that? Anyways, that particular meme did strike me, and that's the reason why I shared it on the show. And I was surprised it got almost 3K views. That's pretty amazing. So it must be a lot of people out there who feel like me on that. You know, that meme struck them too. Okay, next one down is this one. Moment, this BBC News posted this. It says, the moment a speeding police officer traveling at 80 miles per hour in a 45-mile-per-hour zone was pulled over by another officer.
What does it look like I am dressed for?
Moment, this BBC News posted this. It says, the moment a speeding police officer traveling at 80 miles per hour in a 45-mile-per-hour zone was pulled over by another officer.
What does it look like I am dressed for?
Moment, so it's pretty amazing, ain't gonna lie, that you have a police officer pulling over another police officer for speeding. I didn't even know that they did things like that. You know, really, really amazing to me, and shouts out to this guy and heads off to this guy. You know, not all cops are bad. You know, everyone should be held accountable for the law. You know, the guy was on his way to work probably and late or whatever. And that's the same position that the rest of us be in. And we're late to work and we're speeding and we get pulled over and we get a ticket. So, you know, it seems like everyone should be held to the same standard or whatever. If you're supposed to be a land of laws, then no one should be above the law. We all follow the law, and we all get held accountable equally and fairly to the law. Unfortunately, that's the reason why we don't have much faith in our law or our politicians or our system, because it's not fairly, people aren't fairly held accountable. It's like a tiered system. Who you know and how much money you have can have a lot of sway on you being held accountable for breaking the law. So then you have certain people, like, let's say you're a Supreme Court justice. We're going to get into this. Well, shit, I'm a Supreme Court justice. I could do whatever the hell I want to do, and can't no one tell me shit, period. You know what I mean? Or I'm a judge. I can do whatever the hell I want, and nobody can tell me a damn thing, or I'm a politician. I'm the president. I can do whatever the F I want, and can't nobody tell me shit. You ain't the president or whatever. So, but then people look at this and they see it, and then they're like, okay, well then what makes you so different than me? What makes you so special, So then if you feel like you don't have to follow the law, then I feel like I don't feel like I feel special too. I'm a special person. I'm special. Hey, my mom always told me I was special, I'm extraordinary, So I don't have to follow the law either. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do. So then that's where the whole thing, the system starts to break down and fall apart. For things to be held together, then you have to hold people equally accountable for the law. Otherwise, the law means shit. Doesn't mean a damn thing. Nothing. It's just words. Anyways, let's do a couple more. I don't want to spend too much time on this. But the reason why I'm doing this, for those that came in late, is that, we're at the 2-year anniversary of the show. And I figured it'd be a good time to cover some of the top videos. The videos that got the most views over the last year. So, and we did another part of this earlier. This is another one of the same clip, but it's a different part of it.
Do you love this country? Yeah. Our country is being destroyed on purpose by someone who's a closet communist.
Does that mean if he committed a
that
crime?
Means we're on the edge of civil war. So we better get this country back on track. Do you love this country? Yeah. Our country is being destroyed on purpose by someone who's a closet communist.
Does that mean if he committed a crime?
That means we're on the edge of civil war. So we better get this country back on track. Do you love?
So this one was the Trump supporter. It was like another piece of the clip that I played earlier, another part of it. And what does it say? Do you love this country was the name of it, and it got over 2K views. And it was just like a Trump supporter guy who was, I named it "Do You Love This Country" because that's what he said in the thing. And then he's talking about, we're headed to a civil war and so forth and so on, anyways, this is just a thing that people are really emotional about. I think that's the reason why I got so many views, I think it's crazy to call somebody a closet communist. Like, what the hell does that even mean? But the other part where he said being destroyed on purpose by globalist forces, I could probably agree with that. And other than the last part where he says that controls Joe Biden, if these globalist forces are controlling people, it's more than just Biden. You know what I mean? So I can't really subscribe to that sentiment, but being destroyed on purpose by globalist forces, maybe he's onto something with that. It's a lot going on here behind the scenes, and maybe there are people who don't want to see the United States continue to be in the position that it's in as far as prospering or whatever, or being successful. But then you have to
that it wasn't.
But then you have to ask yourself, how successful is the United States really? and how much of what the United States is doing is causing its own downfall. One of the things I said plenty of times before, I was like, the only country that's powerful enough to bring down the United States is the United States. What's up, Pat? How you feeling?
Pretty good, man. How about yourself, bro?
I can't complain.
Yeah, man. But you know, and that's the thing. I think that is a thing where, you know, those forces are working behind the scenes, under the scenes, around the scenes, however you want to look at it. But it's definitely at work to try to ruin things from the inside out. And, you know, that's why we're hearing those things about, you know, Biden being, you know, given, you know, on bribery, you know, taking bribery, you know, money from Chinese millionaires or billionaires or whatever to make policy changes in, you know, in favor of, you know, of Asians, and, you know, make, you know, just different things that just really makes, you know, overall makes no sense. Like, I mean, just like, you know, we saw, you know, the whole thing with what was the thing that everybody was upset about yesterday? The
affirmative action.
Affirmative action. I mean, that was Asians that sued for that, and, you know, like, talking about like them not being able, you know, them losing spaces to get into Harvard and this, that, and the other, where they're already the highest level. You know, they're the smaller group in the country, but they got the higher stake of being able to get into these you know, these Ivy League schools and this, that, and the other, and then they're going to be the ones to lose the biggest because of it. So it's like, you know, it's too much of people, you know, asking for something, and they're going to get every bit of it because, like, you know, the whole thing about fairness, they think that all of a sudden, you know, things are just going to be different because they sued, and, oh, you know, this is going to make things equal because they think that they're just, you know, they automatically think that they're higher, or I guess, you know, they're, you know, more qualified than anybody else. But, you know, a lot of people has made it into like, okay, it's this black thing, but, you know, or black against white thing, but it's the Asians that was really upset about it. Like, that's why I was in court. So, but I don't know, bro. I mean,
We're gonna get into that affirmative action stuff. I don't want to start right now because then we ain't gonna never. I want to do a couple more of these because it's the anniversary of the show, 2 years. I wanted to do, yeah, you know, I wanted to do the top, the videos that got the top views. So I want to do a couple more, and then we're gonna move on. I think maybe 3 more. Okay. So this one right here. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull it up. I wish I could do this more efficiently. This one, it says Republicans, I called it Republicans vote to cut veterans benefits. And this one got over 2K views.
It only takes 5 patriots to join us in the fight for the American people. I don't know how my colleagues across the aisle who voted for the People on America Act are going to look our veterans in the eye this Memorial Day.
One more time.
It only takes 5 patriots to join us in the fight for the American people. I don't know how my colleagues across the aisle who voted for the People on America Act are going to look our veterans in the eye this Memorial Day.
So this one, it was during the time where you had all of the arguments related to the debt ceiling, and they were talking about what they wanted to cut so that they could get you know, the debt, you know, the budget approved. And one of the things that they proposed to be cut was veterans benefits. and it was the Republican side who was pushing for this. So that's what this clip was right here, and this was a clip of the lady saying, you know, I don't know how these people can look themselves in, you know, how they can look the patriots in the eye. You know, you got the 4th of July coming up too, and it's like at that time it was Memorial Day was coming around the corner, and it's like, okay, Memorial Day is coming, and you guys are talking about cutting veterans benefits so that you can pass this, so that we can get this, you know, our budget passed.
No, I remember that, and we discussed that, but you know, that was a big argument for us because it's like, okay, what veteran benefits are they trying to cut? Because like there's a bunch of money that's not getting touched in the VA that, you know, this is why the veterans are still getting things that, you know, they were always getting, but it was things that, you know, was not even being affected in a full spectrum. You know what I'm saying? Like as far, you know, all the things that was available wasn't being touched. So it's like if there's funds not available, but you know, I don't want to go through the whole scenario again, but either way, I think that sometimes they get a bad rap because of how they present it to the public, when it's not like they're gonna lose the things that they already have. It was that they were losing things that they could have had if some, you know, if they would have been exercising those things. And it's just monies that's available. But, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like the people must have been moved by that video because it, you know, it got over 2K views. I think that just because it was one of them things that happened that's right on time or whatever. Like people were really kind of emotional about the budget. They were talking about it forever and the debt ceiling and so forth and so on. And then it's like looking for reasons to cut. They're looking for stuff to cut, and then they want to go into there for whatever reason. That's still like why the hell? Like being that we're in this country that we're in, and we're supposed to be so patriotic, and it's all about care for the veterans. And it's crazy how, you know, they're always saying that, but then we have so many homeless veterans. We have some, you know, they come back with so much mental health issues, and they can't get help. We played a clip in the show where it was this guy who just wanted to get his mental health, you know, keep the same doctor that he had. And, you know, they were sending him through so much problems, red tape and bureaucracy. And he, you know, again, he's a veteran, and, you know, so our system is like, if they really care about these people, then why are they giving them such a hard time to get basic ass care once they come back home? You know,
well, I mean,
after they fought for the damn country.
Well, and I agree with the sentiment, and I feel for that guy because I mean it was heartbreaking to hear all the stuff that the guy was saying, but I mean we have to realize, like, you know, it's not always the government's fault, or the, you know, because I mean if you think about it, like, I mean when it comes to in and out of network you know, issues,
Doctors, yeah.
It's the doctors that, you know, it's like, well, no, I want to get paid X amount, and they're, you know, negotiating, and it's just like, okay, well, that's not in the budget, and blah blah blah, and they have to let some of these doctors go, and it just so happened to be him that suffered from that thing in, you know that instance. So I don't know if we, you know, I think we judge a little too fast and act as if, like, you know, nobody just gave a shit about, you know, the veterans or this guy in particular, because, you know, he just so happened to go viral on, you know, this you know, with his video and stuff. So it's just
the system is just so screwed up with that. Like there's so much room for improvement there.
Well, I mean, when there's a doctor that has somewhat of agreed, he's not really caring so much about that he's dealing with these veterans. He's looking at, you know, what he feels he deserved to get paid, and
right,
you know, check. Like, yeah, that's, I mean, that's his major concern, and Just like, okay, you know, they were paying it enough at one time and now they're not, and you know, without going through, you know, that he ends up out of network because he doesn't fit into the parameters that it takes to be, you know, within the VA network. So, I mean, and I'm assuming, you know, do I have the proof? No, but I'm assuming this is not the first time that something like this has happened, and it's not necessarily the government's fault, as if they are choosing to neglect, you know, their constituents when it comes to, you know, having doctors that they prefer and this, that, and the other. Because I mean, I've even had, you know, on the private side of dealing with, you know, a doctor that's not in my, you know, that was in my network and now is not, and this, that, and the other because of
Yeah,
whatever.
it just shouldn't be it shouldn't be something we're dealing with. Is what I'm saying. That's like totally crazy, bonkers, ridiculous.
Well, I mean, but that's just a part of it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, my thing is like pointing a finger as if somebody's intentionally trying to harm people when it's, you know, for them, it's business. It's
Yeah, but it's
another
the
day in business.
system. The system is what it's not blaming an individual, it's blaming the system. Like it doesn't have to be that way. You know, they could
Well,
fix it.
but see, no, but see, that's the thing. You're saying it's the system, but it's the doctor that's saying, well, you know, I'm not accepting, you know, what I used to accept anymore for these patients, and screw you and screw them too. You know, a lot of times I think it's directed at the, you know, at the wrong people, because those are, you know, they have to deal with the same people within the government or their system, through these things. And then when a doctor says that they don't want to, you know, accept the same $500 that they did 2 months ago for the same work that they were doing, it's not necessarily our government that is messed up, or our system. It was greed on a private side, or somebody who felt like, you know, I,
Shouldn't they have something in place to keep from them that happening? Couldn't they have it in the system where that
they
couldn't
have
happen?
contracts. They have contracts with them, but when their contracts run out and they say that, oh well, they want more. I mean, what? I don't. What's supposed to happen? Like, you can't force them to do business. Like, you know, that's just like even with Section 8. There's people who have homes that's on Section 8, and you know, they decide to take them off because it's not the same money that they want. Like, they've raised their prices, and it's like, all right, well, it's not gonna fit in that market anymore. And then now these people that's living in that home has to go because you know, the government lives, you know, is focused on a budget. And that's just, I mean, it just is what it is, you know.
Let me play this one.
Excellent. That was sweet, huh? Did you like that?
Yeah.
And I want to tell everyone else, I'm coming in this tournament. Every woman in this tournament better look out. I'm freaking coming.
Well, let me play one more time.
Excellent. That was sweet, huh? Did you like that?
Yeah.
And I want to tell everyone else, I'm coming in this tournament. Every woman in this tournament better look out. I'm freaking coming.
So yeah, this one, every woman better look out was the title. It got over 2K views. I know you remember that one.
I do.
And you know, we was just saying how ridiculous it is for, you know, a born male. Maybe they got they went through the process and transitioned, and now they're beating the crap out of women, you know, born women. And
I don't even think it was even that, because, you know, a lot of them are too ill to even perform properly after taking a lot of those. You know, it's just somebody who identifies now, you know, in his mind that he's a female, so now he can be considered a female. But there's nothing, no meds that has changed the hormones or anything. Just somebody who wants to kick anybody's ass and take a win just because you know they can. And
And if I can remember correctly, it was like 6 seconds or something, like 10 seconds, really quickly, like
what
knocked the crap out of that woman.
the
Like,
part that I remember was that the woman left with a fractured skull.
yeah.
That's the
Fucking
part I
ridiculous.
remember.
It's all the way over the top ridiculous. What kind of world are we living in? How did we get here? Oh my God.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you know, and I think that's a part of that whole scenario of, you know, but I think that the pendulum swings both far left and far right, and at some point it's gonna have to come back to some balance to the middle. So a lot of these things that has been happening, because I mean there's more people than I realize that are not for that crap. They just, you know, we're trying to be, you know, politically correct and just, you know, okay, well it's just you know, it's just these few people, you know, let them do what they do, whatever. But then when you start getting bullied by a group of people because, you know, they're now supposedly have a voice, it's like, bro, like you've always had a voice, you know, because, you know, now that you feel you're in a different position, you're like the number one minority now, because whoever's, you know, benefiting from this is allowing these things to happen. It's just like, this is it's
Insane.
insane.
Yeah. Insane. Let me play this.
Falling down in public for no reason. The New York Times would report on that and then get to the bottom of what was actually happening. That would be its duty in a free country like ours. It's not like they would cover it up. The very idea of a cover up sounds like a conspiracy theory.
One more time.
Falling down in public for no reason. The New York Times would report on that and then get to the bottom of what was actually happening. That would be its duty in a free country like ours. It's not like they would cover it up. The very idea of a cover up sounds like a conspiracy theory. Falling down.
So Tucker, The Duty of Journalists, that was the name of this one. And that one got over 2K views. Tucker was making a really good point in that clip, you know, of what journalism should really be, you know, informing the people about things instead of like brushing stuff under the rug or whatever, choosing to not cover certain stories or whatever just because of, you know, your bias, or maybe your donors or whoever is paying, you know, the advertisers or whatever, and or maybe it's just because of your political leanings. You cover certain stories certain ways, or you don't cover certain stories or whatever. You brush under the rug certain things because you don't want to make certain people look bad or whatever. He was making a great point there. Yeah, so the people obviously was connected to that clip. Let me play another one. Oh, I think this is the other part of that one that we just did here. It's not surprising that these are up here on the top because the whole transgender like thing is big in the like emotional topic. It says, "You don't need to be right or left to see that this is plainly wrong." Transgender MMA fighter Fallon Fox beats opponent in 39 seconds. Yeah. And it says, so the name of it was "Left or Right, It Is Wrong," you know, and it's like it was the tweet that the dude said. He said, "You don't have to be left or right to see that this is plainly wrong." So it's like, and you don't have to be straight or gay or LGBTQ to see that this is wrong. I would add, you know, no matter where the hell you are, who the hell you are, you know, you'd have to see that, you know, this is ridiculous. You know, let them have their own league. Let them fight against each other. You know, I think that would be fair. You know, let them have a
Well, see, but that's the thing.
transgender MMA fighter.
But that's
deal.
the thing. They don't want fairness. That's the whole point. I mean, that's one of the things I think people need to realize is that they're not looking for fairness. and unless we set a standard or rules, like it'll just be what it is until we're, we got enough cojones to stand up and make things right for each group.
I want to do oh, damn it. I want to do a couple more because I see one that I really want to do. Hold on. What did I do? I done messed up. Give me a second, y'all. I done messed up.
Uh-oh.
Left to right is wrong. Okay, yeah. This one. I really want to do this one. Let's do this one. This was a crazy, crazy ass story right here. We're going to move on soon, y'all. Bear with me. Out of the comments, people were like unsympathetic. They were like, "Oh, you do the crime, you do the time, or whatever." All like,
"Oh man,
oh, he went to jail. He got locked up, so it is what it is, or whatever." And it's like, oh man, that was breaking my heart.
If I would have saw,
one more time. Out of the comments, people were like unsympathetic. They were like, "Oh, you do the crime, you do the time, or whatever." All like,
"Oh man,
oh, he went to jail. He got locked up, so it is what it is, or whatever." And it's like, oh man, that was breaking my heart.
If I would have saw,
out of the so this one, people are not sympathetic to people in jail was the title, and this one got 1.8K views. It was Fulton County Sheriff's Office releasing statement responding to claims of an inmate who was eaten alive by bed bugs. Like he couldn't have been eaten alive by bed bugs, but so I think we talked about that when we talked about this, how like sensational kind of headline, but that's beside the point in like the ridiculously filthy environment that he was in, and he died as a result of that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Clearly. So, and then, the sentiments that I had in this clip was how people seem like they don't care about inmates. Like once you get in trouble, once you get locked up, then it's like you shouldn't have did what you did to end up dying in prison behind filth. Like, and that's craziness to have a sentiment like that.
Well, and I think something to remember is, a system that doesn't have any, we base everything on civil rights instead of human rights, is why things like this can happen in a prison, because it's not, you're not truly considered a human under these laws, unless you separate yourself from that side of the system. But it was horrible, bro.
Super, super terrible. I want to do two more. I'm gonna do this one and one more after this, and then we're gonna get into it.
Is Jamal Bowman shouting at the top of his lungs, cursing, calling me a horrible, calling me a white supremacist, which I take great offense to. That is like calling a person of color the N-word, which should never happen.
One more time.
Is Jamal Bowman shouting at the top of his lungs, cursing, calling me a horrible, calling me a white supremacist, which I take
He's another
great
representative, isn't he?
Person of color the N-word, which should never happen.
So the name of it was calling someone white supremacist like calling someone the N-word. That was Marjorie Taylor Greene's comment, and this one got like, where is it? 1.7K views. What do you think about that one? And what she said? She was talking about another congressperson.
Yeah, I remember that whole deal, and I guess because a lot of times I do think that some of these people get a bad rep because of their stance. I feel it a lot of times on the positions that I take, and I know that I mean well, and so I assume that a lot of these people mean well. It's just that you have a different angle or different point of view on certain subjects. How things should we should try to repair things, and it's not necessarily based on race. So when you probably would take some of those things to to heart, or feel those things would feel harmful somebody saying that too when you know that that's not who you are. So I mean, you know, I can't speak for her per se, but I can assume that, you know, that has to bother you because, you know, I sometimes I think, you know, uh, people feel so strongly about how they feel that when somebody's expressing something, they don't necessarily see your point of view, and they are left to assume that, well, you don't see it the same way. You must be a hater. You must be, you know, hateful towards, you know, them and their plight, and it's not necessarily the case. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful, you know, calling people names, period, you know, and then a lot of times they don't even know what they're talking about. Like they're just kind of like,
People
even
don't
know.
understand what they don't understand, and that's the part that I, you know, like until you're able to see the, you know, from somebody else's point of view, because I mean I'm very sympathetic to other people's views, but you know, I'm also trying to, you know, maybe give a, you know, give a way for them to really maybe get a better understanding where, you know, where I'm coming from, and like they're trying to do the same thing, and that's why a lot of times people don't meet up in the middle because their whole thing is to just only express what they think is right, because that's, you know, that's the way they see it. And I mean it's legitimate. I don't think that that's a, you know, necessarily bad arguments, but we don't necessarily give each other the chance that, you know, okay, well, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe, you know, let me just kind of hear them out to kind of get a different point of view. But
And once you slap a label on them, then you no longer, you don't have to listen to them no more. You don't have to give them any kind of credence or respect. And I think that we should focus on the issues, right? And like instead of calling her a white supremacist, talk about the things that she's done or she said or the policies that she supports that you have a problem with and why. You know what I mean? What you think she could do better or whatever.
Name calling, yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, name calling is one of those things, is that when you don't have anything else left to say, when you don't have really any evidence, it's easy to go to something like that to try to answer away who this person is, or, you know, like,
yeah, it's like childish. It's like what kids do.
Yeah.
Let's do this one. This is the last one I'm gonna cover. It says government father of gangs in Haiti. And I'm very happy that this video got views. It shows that people do care about what's going on in Haiti. You know, it's one of the topics that I go back to over and over again because I have a personal. But this one got 1.7K views, and that's really cool. So like, that makes me happy to know that people care a little bit. You know, let me play this.
The government has benefited from them.
I want the situation change, but I know the Haitian government doesn't want, because it's good for him. The politicians are the father of gangsters.
Yeah. One more. Let me play it one more time.
The government has benefited from them.
I want the situation change, but I know the Haitian government doesn't want, because it's good for him. The politicians are the father of gangsters.
So he's saying the politicians are the father of the gangsters, like, and the politicians are benefiting from, the gangs, and I think that the gangs just got a little bit out of control. Like, it's like trying to keep something wrapped up and control it. It's like, I don't know, having like a dog or a pit bull or whatever and not having it on the leash and happy about it, protecting your yard. But then you have a little kid, your kid or something, and then the dog freaking bites your kid or whatever. And it's like, so that wasn't my intention. I think that that's kind of what happening in Haiti now, with the gangs becoming like way more powerful than the government's intended on them. But they were the ones that were empowering them, and then when things deteriorate to the point that they have in Haiti, of course you're going to have basically warlords running the show, and they have more power than the government now. Very sad circumstances over there.
I mean, I say especially in that region, but I think that's in a lot of our, the areas that we find that problematic situations in those. I mean, Haiti is something that we've been talking about for a long time. Because I mean, some of the different disasters that they've encountered over the past decade or so, maybe the last 2 decades, they've been going through some really hardship, a lot of hardships, and never really being able to recover because the government, the limited resources that is truly available, even though there's, they should get way more help than they've been getting, and then they're fighting over a limited amount of resources amongst themselves. So it's terrible,
Very
terrible
sad.
situation to be. Yeah.
And it's right off the coast of Florida. Like, these Haitian people they're so much like us, man. In the history of Haiti is tied to us. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, they are. We're the same people, really.
Yeah. I mean, we keep having these arguments. I mean, when we really go to a scientific level of this thing, I mean, we have the same, DNA structures, part of the different same haplogroups. Like we're the same people. It's just that because now the borders make us different. I mean, there's we're gonna separate people by race, then we could do that. But that, what I'm saying, I don't know. I mean, because I think that there's differentiations of people, but when we're talking about Haitians, for the most part, black people, they're just like black people in North America, black people in Africa, black people in Europe. I mean, our blood is more alike than different, And I mean, of course, I would like to include the rest of them, but I mean, usually if you go into a scientific part of it, we're more alike than we're different.
Let me read this. It says, asking questions instead of quickly correcting people is a strong form of mindful communication. It keeps you from making assumptions and giving the people you're talking to a chance to share more of their insights, which often leads us to valuable new ways of thinking. That's so great. I don't know. I was just scrolling past this and I shared it because it was, it's kind of like what we do on this show, how we have different points of view on a lot of stuff and different perspectives on things. And we talk about them, And so it says, giving a person a chance to share more of their insights, which often leads us to valuable new ways of thinking. So it's like a lot of times, instead of shutting people down like right away, when you let people talk, then you learn something. I mean, you think you know everything all the time, but you don't. And so when you let people get their view out and it's the total opposite of yours, then a lot of times you get enlightened. You know what I mean? You see something that you wouldn't have seen before. You understand things in a way that you wouldn't have before. I think that is mad important, and what did it say? Asking questions instead of quickly correcting them. So, you instead of like bashing the other person, you ask them questions and get, the conversation going. Yeah. Get some clarity, get some understanding of why do you feel this way? Or how did you come to this conclusion? What information have you seen to lead you to think this way? That's great. Fantastic. It says patience is the path to discovering new perspectives. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. Let me read one comment. It says, actually talked with my partner the other day about this. When one of us shares something the other person disagrees with, we often end up arguing, and that's because we try to correct the other person instead of asking questions. Effective communication starts from genuine curiosity. Yeah, so we're always trying to correct the other person, like they're wrong and I'm right, and I'm trying to get you to see that you're wrong. You're wrong, I'm right, and let me explain to you why. You know what I mean? And that's not real communication, and that's not how you can move forward, and that's not how you can find, a middle ground on anything, and nothing comes of you just trying to prove your point. Let me read one more comment. It says, by embracing curiosity and engaging in active listening, we create an environment that fosters deeper connections and understanding. With thoughtful questioning, we not only avoid making assumptions, but also invite others to express their thoughts and experiences, which paves the way for a richer exchange of ideas. This is great. This is great stuff right here. One more. Let's read one more. It says, this changed my life. I stopped trying to tell people and got infinitely curious. People started telling me secrets they never told anyone without me ever asking such questions. Yeah, so sometimes I'm combative on the show, and sometimes I'm that guy that's trying to prove that I'm right and you're wrong or whatever. I'm not above these things. I'm not saying I'm perfect or whatever. But, I do tend to be the guy who asks questions and kind of like impatient. And I also always tend to try to let people get their thought out, even if I don't agree with them. Like I completely disagree with them, but I'm not gonna not let them get their thought out and express it. Us having being alive and having rich experiences, they're gonna come along with adversity. They're gonna come along with problems or whatever, challenges, so if you just had a smooth way through for everything, then you're not really living life.
Not at all. I mean, that's the whole thing. When we talk about the pursuit of happiness, everyone, actually chasing the American dream is meant for everybody. But some people shut themselves off and feel like they don't. It wasn't meant for them, and this, that, and the third. But I mean, I think that of course, I have my way of seeing things that not everyone shares and sees it totally different than I do. And I find myself in the same shoes where I'm trying to express my side where I believe or what, I guess what, my assumption of what would be more beneficial for someone to be able to see it. But, it is what it is. I mean, everybody's got to kind of go through their own little struggles, and, because until you see it for yourself, you're just not going to see it.
Let me play this clip right here. Check this.
Have the ability to destroy all others with just the technology in their appliances. So when we consider that aliens can travel to Earth from a really far distant planet, they probably have access to technology at this level. And the fact that they haven't killed themselves yet means they're probably really chill. Aliens are probably really chill, and here's why. Look at this graph. There's a red line that represents
Really
power
chill.
and a blue line that represents empathy.
Yeah.
When there's too much power and not enough empathy, we're very likely to destroy ourselves. Consider this extreme thought experiment. If every human on Earth had a button that could destroy the entire planet, how long do you think we'd all be alive for? Currently, I would say probably only a few seconds. So, when we start progressing our technology to that point, with nuclear weapons, nanotech, AI, and beyond, eventually every household will have the ability to destroy all others with just the technology in their appliances. So, when we consider that aliens can travel to Earth from a really far distant planet, they probably have access to technology at this level. And the fact that they haven't killed themselves yet means they're probably really chill.
It's a nice thought. I mean, it still could be wrong, but it's a nice thought. And I think that empathy and altruism kind of go along with intelligence. Basically, what I'm saying is, like, as intelligence increases empathy and altruism also increases. I think, I think they go together. So this guy is drawing a line to say that if we contact the aliens, if aliens contacted us, most likely they'll be chill because they're going to have all this advanced technology, which would lead to them to more likely having more empathy and be, more altruistic or whatever, but that could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? I have to go ahead and go out and say that, that can be not necessarily true. As far as the empathy and intelligence going together, absolutely. But are the aliens going to be friendly to us, just because they have, advanced technology? Who's to say? You know what I mean? Their agenda may be to, something that to save their existence or whatever. Maybe they're looking for some resources here. Maybe we are the resource that they're looking for. So it's kind of like us eating chickens or cows or whatever, we're empathetic to animals or whatever, but we also need energy to survive. So we're going to eat the animal to get the energy that we need to survive. You know what I mean? And it doesn't mean that we hate the chickens or the cows or whatever. We need to eat. Sometimes it comes down to that. So it could end up being that, the aliens show up looking for food and we're the food. You know what I mean? What do you think about that?
Well, I think I might have missed a little piece of what you said, but overall, I think that with the aliens being able to come here, the intellect is going to be higher. The possibility of harming someone is there, but at the same time, I don't think that if they're able to come from however many leagues across the open air seas, they probably are better prepared to eat and or anything else that we might be. Maybe they're here. Maybe we should consider that they're here to help us get our lives back together, or that they're more helpful than they are harmful. But that's my point of view on it, because it's like someone that's that like has that high level of intelligence to do things that we haven't, at least that we know of, that we're not able to do. These I hate this. I guess creature is what comes about, but these aliens would be, they have way better things to do than to try to come and eat humans, or maybe they are seeking resources. I mean that's something that I guess. But should we expect that they're gonna harm us for it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Who's to say? Before we get into the heavy shit, because I want to cover some heavy shit before we go today, because I want to cover this stuff about the affirmative action, and I want to talk about the Supreme Court. But before we get into that, let's talk about the heat. Texas heat. People are dying, man. It's really hot. People need to be really careful, and thoughtful, and make decisions that are to protect themselves. People who have health issues, who have heart problems, breathing problems, the elderly, the really young. We need to, take precautions. I saw a story where it was a couple. They found a couple dead in their house. They didn't have any air conditioning, and they just had like the door open or whatever. It was an old couple, and they died. They died in the house, from the heat. It was a guy pouring concrete. He was at work. He was pouring concrete, and he went into cardiac arrest, and he died. They said like 14 people have died in Texas in the last month. I want to say less than a month, as a result of the heat. So the heat is deadly right now.
It's been extremely hot. I must admit, you know, I've been in Louisiana for the last the last 2 weeks, and it was pretty warm here. But of course, when I'm looking at the weather, like it's a few degrees higher in Texas each time. So I hate to hear that people are dying because of that. And, you know, I guess that not having the resources to be able to have air conditioning and then, you know, of course, I mean the oxygen levels are much lower. You know, the more electronics that we we got around is taking away our oxygen levels. So it's just that's one of those hard things to kind of really just accept that, you know, people are just dying because of the weather. It's just, I hate to hear elderly people because it's like, you know, whether they had the money or not, like I think that we as a community should be able to come together and be able to stop some things like that, you know.
Yeah. Come together, make sure these people out, you know, check on your neighbors, you know, especially if you know you got a neighbor, elderly neighbor or someone that lives by themselves, you know. Definitely. Don't call the police. Do your own
that's the say, bro, that's the thing, bro. Like police, that's not what they're here for. Like they can go and do wellness checks and stuff like that, but like what happened to us doing that for each other, man? Like care enough about your neighbor, like, you know, that the whole, like, I mean, have we really, regardless of what your religion is, I mean, there's certain principles that exist in the you know, your Bible, your Quran, the, you know, whatever other holy books there are, is that, you know, care for your neighbor the same way that you want to be cared for. And sometimes that means, you know, get your ass up and go knock on that door. You hadn't seen him in a while. You know, I hadn't seen you. I just wanted to just check on you.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see them around, they speak to you, you know, any other time, and it's like, you know, you just forget about the people now that they don't, you know, it's like, wait a minute, did they move? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just certain things that you gotta just say, you know, just be a humanitarian, you know, to some extent, you know.
Yeah.
Scorching heat is gripping parts of the United States, with officials blaming it for at least 13 deaths in Texas, calling it unprecedented. A hospital in Houston saying they have a 30% increase in heat-related cases from the same time last year.
It's really, really hot. So tomorrow we're actually leaving the country, going to Canada, so we get a break.
The National Weather Service stating that extreme heat events will become more frequent and intense in the coming decades due to climate change. The temperature is even prompting the U.S. Postal Service to allow earlier starting times for letter carriers after a letter carrier died last week from triple-digit heat.
I don't know. It just seems like it's getting hotter and hotter.
This as wildfire smoke continues to blanket the U.S., with Canada's worst ever wildfire season continuing to burn. The smoke now moving from the Midwest to the Northeast, delaying the Pirates-Padres game in Pittsburgh today. Experts warn even healthy people may experience airway inflammation, sore throat, and eye irritation.
Staying indoors is key. It definitely reduces your exposure. To keep windows closed. Try to have a air purifier that you can run in a safe room that will allow you to also circulate the air in a cleaner fashion.
Experts say an N95 mask helps with exposure to poor air quality. As for the extreme heat, officials advise residents to stay indoors if possible. Jacqueline Lee, ABC News, New York.
Well, we can't stay indoors. We got stuff to do. Like, if our job's going to be like, hey, you're going to be like, I can't come to work. It's too hot. They're going to be like, if you don't get your ass. And I don't see how these damn masks, like, they're talking about the mask and the air quality, but then at the same time, we're talking about the heat. So if the person can't breathe, and they got a mask on and they're in the heat, what what is the more detrimental? You know what I mean? Getting some damn oxygen, like that's how you overheat. Is like not. Come on, like my brain, I'm all over the place, but I like the logic isn't there. Like where they're telling people, like, okay, wear a damn N95 mask and stop your oxygen when you're overheating. Like, no, you need to breathe. Take the damn mask off so you can breathe, or before your ass overheat and fucking die.
Yeah, it could be a catch-22 because I mean, depending on like if they're in those areas in the Northeast where they're having all the smoke, I mean, if you're only breathing in carbon dioxide, maybe just breathing your own might not be as bad as breathing what's in the air. So I mean, I somewhat understand to some extent, but really, I wouldn't recommend long periods of time that goes by with you wearing a mask. I mean, that's under any condition, you know what I'm saying? Like you need, like your body is meant to get oxygen. Find ways to, you know what I'm saying, shoot, go from one place to another, if you from one indoor spot, if you're going outside, don't stay out there more than 10 minutes or 15 minutes, however long, I guess somewhat make those judgment calls for your situation. But yeah, I mean, those masks, I know long periods of time is going to be harmful, period.
Yeah, people just need to be able to think for themselves. Stop just going by whatever the hell the news is telling you. Shit.
Texas inmates are dying in sweltering prisons. That's according to the Texas Tribune. At least 9 inmates have died since the relentless heat wave has gripped Texas. This includes 2 men in their 30s who died of heart-related issues in prisons lacking air conditioning. More than 2/3 of Texas's 100 prisons don't have air conditioning in most living areas. The state, again, choosing not to invest any money into prison updates despite the surplus. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice says the cases are being investigated. It's been 11 years since the state last classified a death as heat-related. Texas.
Ain't that crazy? They got a surplus of funds, but they're not willing to freaking improve their facilities. Meanwhile, you got guys dying from the heat in prison. Like, nobody cares about these prisoners in here dying from the heat. Like, whatever crime they committed, they didn't freaking, they don't have the death penalty or whatever. Like, they shouldn't be dying, in prison because they don't have any kind of air conditioning. Like, we're talking about other people and looking out for the elderly or whatever in our neighbors. Or, if you're out there in the world, then you can possibly go get your air conditioning or whatever the hell. But you're in prison. You don't have any there's nothing you can do, but be in there, and so then they're not no air conditioning for these people, and they're just gonna let them fucking bake to death. Like, what kind of society do we live in where we don't care that these people are freaking dying in prison because it's so damn hot?
Yeah, a horrible one. I mean, I hate to, I hate that I have to say this about my own country, but the whole idea that people have these what you consider criminals or whatever reason they're in prison does not make them inhuman because they're in prison. I mean, and I'm not saying that they should have any luxury items either, but at least something that's going to be at least fair for any human being, regardless. Like, everybody needs a certain basic things, and oxygen just happens to be high on that list. And thin air, not the thick hot air that of course we can pass on. And who knows how many people in certain areas where, like, you're passing around more of the carbon than you get to pass around oxygen. So it's just like you got to have certain things to be able to keep a certain quality of life. And
a allowing them to die, man. That's fucking terrible.
But I mean, and I'm hearing because I'm hearing this. You know, this is stuff that's happening in Texas. I can only imagine what's happening in Louisiana because Texas is way better than Louisiana. When it is, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, some of these facilities in Louisiana, like, shoosh. Like I said, I can only imagine.
Fucking shit. Let's see. Candace Owens was talking about, she said Juneteenth is ghetto and made up. I don't know if I want to do that one. She's being messy. She knows how to freaking she's really good at trolling. Do we want to do the which one I want to go into first? Because these both are really touchy. Let's see. Let's do this DeSantis clip first. Kind of stalling, ain't gonna lie. I should stop that though. I'm probably gonna lose people. Hold on here, because it's uncomfortable ass topics. Here, let's do this one. It says Florida governor. Am I sharing this?
I see. Yeah.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he will eliminate the IRS and reverse transgender sports if he's elected president in 2024. There's no sound to this? Oh, that sucks. Oh, man, I didn't even check that. It had sound earlier. I swear I listened to this. Anyways.
The button on the screen doesn't have the little speaker that you got to turn on.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me do it. So let's do this. Let's go into the Supreme Court. It says, under this Supreme Court, Roe versus Wade gone, affirmative action gone, student loan forgiveness gone, constitutional carry secured, business religious freedom secured. Say those four little words. Thank you, Donald Trump. So this is from a left.
They say gone. Oh my God! It's the way people write these things. Is it? No, I'm just saying. Like, I mean, some of the way that they do, they try to make these things happen, and then they blame one person that had no decision in any of it. You know, because he chose these justices. Like, okay, yeah, all right, he chose conservative justices, but is it really Donald Trump's fault that they decided the way that they did? No. Did he, you know, like, look, Joe Biden, someone who's been in politics for over 50 years, knew before he got started that what he was saying wouldn't and couldn't happen and shouldn't happen, you know, based on, you know, the laws that govern this country. He knows this, but because he knows he can get people riled up and on his side and saying, oh, wow, this is this great thing. How many times do you think he's done this to people over the years, is these ideas of, you know, grandiose, but they, you know, it's never, like, the intention of it was never to ever happen. You know, especially you know, knowing that there's conservative people who have a, you know, that really care about the Constitution and upholding the values attached to it. Like, certain things just, it wouldn't be right, you know, just like, you know, I mean, as much as I would love to get some reparations, a big check, you know, because I'm black, okay, yeah, I would love to see that. I'll get one, but based on the Constitution, that's just not the right way to do it. It's not, you know what I'm saying? So
I think Trump was used because a lot of this stuff, you know, these people were trying to do for years and years and years, heading this way. The stuff related to Roe versus Wade, you know, the affirmative action, all of this stuff. So, like, you know, they having a really conservative and religious kind of Supreme Court.
Yeah, but look at how they had this person. Because I mean, aside from the Supreme Court and their ruling, you know what they were saying about, you know, okay, you know, such and such gone, such and such gone. Like some things you never had, and you're talking about it's gone, but like it was just a dream. It was just like all these things were like made up things that, you know, the politicians can string you along that they knew would never ever happen, and you're stuck on it and saying, like, you know, blaming people who had nothing to do with it. Why aren't you blaming the people who, you know, these professionals, these lifelong politicians that know what's, you know, could and should be passed? And like, I mean, don't you work on things that you feel you can actually do something about? Or do, you know, you just get people riled up because you're the party of never completing anything or getting things done that you claim that you're going to get done for the people, and you never do? Like this is like, at what point do people realize that this is what they do every time? They do nothing for you. They tell you they're doing this, and you love them because, oh well, they tried to. You know, no, like these people set you up from the beginning.
Well, the conservatives are getting a lot done. I would say that, and getting those people on the Supreme Court was a huge step in victory for them. They knew that, you know, a lot of these things were going to come across the desk of the Supreme Court, and they also knew which way they were going to vote on them. So that's what I was saying years ago or whatever, since we've been talking about this, you know, that you know, it was a plan, long-term plan, you know, to do the things that are happening now. That's the reason why those particular people were chosen to be on the Supreme Court, so that they can get their agendas done.
Well, and
it's
I
coming to
agree
fruition.
I agree that this is some things that but do you think that this is just a Republican thing? Because, say, bro, there's you know, Obama had a chance to have more justices, and then, you know, he allowed the, you know, whoever, like, he was the president, and there was time for things to come about, and then he let Republicans tell him that he couldn't because, you know, he was going to
They
be leaving
blocked
office.
it. They blocked it. He didn't have no power over that. The Congress are the ones who are able to appoint these people. Once the president selects them, then they have to be approved by Congress. And the Congress didn't. He picked the guy. The guy is what's the name right now in Biden's what is he? He's like the main police. I can't think of his position right now, but he's like he's part of the reason why I was bringing all of these cases. He's been doing a lot of stuff, but he's supposed to be on the Supreme Court, and he's not, because, you know, Congress wouldn't put him in there. You know, they wouldn't even go through the process. You know, so that's another part of this that makes it look like, you know, the Supreme Court is illegitimate. You know what I mean? It's a fair argument, because they were saying, you know, because it's a lame duck president, we should let the next president come in and be able to choose the thing. That's fucking bullshit. The same thing happened with Trump. On his way out the door, he put somebody in there, and then you had the opposite people coming in when Biden was coming in. So then so when it was Trump, when Obama was in there, they was like, oh, we need to let the next person go and choose the thing. But then when Trump was in there, they said the whole total opposite and said, no, you know, Trump is still the president, so he gets to put the one in there. Like they're so hypocritical. The hypocrisy is ridiculous.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you is, like, okay, these both parties, I feel a lot of times are working together because they know that, you know, how each side works. One is okay with being the bad guy, and they are getting things done, you know, in so many ways. But the people, you know, when we're coming down to the liberal side of government, or the you know, Democratic side of government, somehow they give in on things that they should be, you know, more firm about. So, like, to me, it's just like, okay, if you really mean well for the people, because I mean, because I mean, honestly, like I mean, based on our Constitution, if we're all supposed to be equal, and why are people arguing about the change of what's it called, the one that we was talking about yesterday?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action, because it's like, okay, if everybody's supposed to have the same equal footing and you want equality, then don't be upset when they make things equal. You know what I'm saying? Like one of my friends is saying that, oh well, you can't even put black down on the application no more. It's like, okay, like it's like it's supposed to be human being against human being. Like you're looking for the favoritism, but then you also saying you want equality. Like how is that supposed to work?
But it's not equal and it's not fair. It's not level at all. They still have legacy students who get a head up, and if they really want to make it fair, then make it a number.
Exactly.
So there's no name on, put no names on the applications, just have numbers there and have no legacy students, none of that shit, all just going by the the application itself, just by their credentials, and make it actually fair. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was actually fair, then you would automatically see diversity within these universities. You mean to tell me that it's only white people who are smart enough to be able to get into these elite institutions? Like, there's so much bullshit. There's a reason why it's all white people in there, and it's not because they're freaking smarter than everybody else.
Well, and I mean, statistics are always great because it's not just white people. Because, like I said, like besides the legacy the legacy students, the rich people who have paid for a lot of these things that's even happening, been happening for over centuries because of the the parents paying money into it, whatever, blah blah blah. The Asians want, they're almost trying to do the same thing that we see in some instances with the LGBT. It's like they're trying to bully their way through. They're the lesser of the population, but they want a higher percentage of access in different places. And they're the ones that's fighting. They were the ones that was fighting, and had the this thing go up to the Supreme Court because they felt like this was gonna allow them to be able to have a higher percentage. But they're probably gonna lose because, like, they're 6% of the population, and they're already, let's say for Harvard, for example, they had a 27% ratio of people that of Asians in Harvard. So okay, now the very thing that got them to have the 27% is taken away. They're going to be the ones to lose the biggest when it comes to the numbers. So I mean, but they're upset because they feel like, okay, black people were getting into these colleges more, and they should have been getting, I don't know, what are they looking to get the 17% that black people had? I mean, which would put them around 40-something%. Like, they want to be able to, have all of their students, I guess, be able to go to Harvard. I don't know what the whole plan was, but it's
Let me read this. It says multiple Supreme Court justices are really saying, I can take tens of thousands of billions in bribes, but you peasants shouldn't get some of your student debt relief. Let me read this. It says, for over 20 years, Clarence Thomas has been treated to luxury vacations by billionaire Republican donor Harlan Crow. It says, Clarence Thomas wasn't thinking about struggling students when he was on his $500K private yacht vacation from a major donor. Samuel Alito wasn't thinking about the struggling students on his $100K per way private jet from a man with cases before the court. It says Justice Samuel Alito took luxury fishing vacation with GOP billionaire who later had cases before the court. Justice Alito accepted tens of thousands. Let me read a couple more. It said Justice Alito accepted tens of thousands of dollars in lavish vacation gifts from a billionaire who lobbied to cancel the student loan forgiveness. After the gifts, Alito voted to overturn the SCOTUS corruption undercuts its own legitimacy by putting its rulings up for sale. A couple more. Clarence Thomas had a child in private school. Harlan Crow paid the tuition. A billionaire paid for 2 years of private school for a child raised by Clarence Thomas, but today Justice Thomas ruled that everyone else's child shouldn't get their debt relieved. Okay, comments.
Well, this is where I say that, you know, we burn a lot of energy on the race part of it when we should be looking more at the elite side of it, because we allow these lobbyists to come in and, you know, push their weight around with money to get things done in their favor and, you know, against us, the people. And we're fighting with each other over things that neither one of us really had any really say in, or, you know, like I didn't do anything to change that, or this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. But I'm definitely, you know, like in the midst, because I'm like, okay, this is not where our problem is. Like, can we fix the cure? Like go for the cure instead of, you know, a symptom. So my thing is like, okay, if we fight for, you know, fairness when it comes to, like, all right, when people don't realize what fascism really is, when the businesses are able to, you know, like they're working in such conjunction with the government and all this, that, and the other, and it's not one side or the other. It's like both of them are benefiting. There might be a very small number who are not exercising the same, you know, at least not to the same extent as others, but either way, just the fact that it's happening, and, you know, policy can be changed based on the dollar amount that is handed over to a politician. Like that's where the bigger problems are. So why are we fighting and you know talking crap about each other when, you know, or even just giving it to just one side? Because it is the Supreme Court, it is the Senate, it, you know, it is the corporations that really shouldn't have anything to do with that. And why do we even allow lobbying to happen to the extent that it does? And it's just, it really makes no sense to me. For, you know, and we're spinning our wheels fussing about one thing when it's not, you know, even if we change some of those things that we said, like, it's not going to overall policy can get changed because somebody's willing to, has the ability to change, you know, spend, you know, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, or however much is necessary to get this policy changed. So that's where we need to have the reforms, is, you know, and that's really up to us as a people, that on how to get this thing done. We got to fight our representatives and our senators to get these things done, but we leave it up to them, like they're benefiting from our, you know, things that tend to turn around and hurt us. Like,
I just feel like, you know, how can we feel like the Supreme Court is legitimate? They're making all of these decisions that come down, and we all have to follow this stuff. Meanwhile, you know, they get gifts from people who later on have cases in front of the court, and then you wonder which way they're going to vote on that case. You already know which way they're going to vote. They're going to vote in favor of the guy who was giving them money and taking them on fucking field trips and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then we're supposed to act like this is legitimate and this is fair, like, you know, like,
but that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, we're allowing it to be illegitimate because we don't focus on that as being the problem. You know, you want to point the finger, oh, well, look at Trump. He the one that appointed these guys and blah, blah, blah. But no, regardless of who he appointed, they still supposed to, you know, meet certain standards of being able to, like they have to make judgments based on the law and not based on what kind of money is getting stuffed in their front or back pocket. You know what I'm saying?
And
So
they need to be held accountable some kind of way. And it's like the Supreme Court is completely above being held accountable. You can't vote them out. So voting is not going to work.
well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but there is a way to fix it, because that's like the forefathers, they knew that, like, what they were doing, and we're supposed to refine it, and we're supposed to hold them to task. And that's the problem, where we allowed them to give us the narrative of what we're going to be upset about, and instead of saying, no, that's bullshit. No, y'all, you getting money from here and from there. Yeah, I knew exactly what you were going to do. So, like, we have to find a way to get these laws where, like, I mean, I think that really the lobbying really just has to end. Like that, somebody being able to and anybody that accepts the money, you're out. We find somebody else. Matter of fact, we can get people who don't even have the same experience. We got people who could just be fair people and look at cases, and like, I mean, that's what's happening in a lot of these magistrate courts. Like, they're no different. A lot of them may have gone to court, going to law school, but bro, I mean, I could do what a lot of these judges are doing, even on the level of Supreme Court.
Well, I think these people should be criminally held accountable. We're
Yeah,
supposed
no,
to go through the
that's
process
that's
impeaching
exactly
them.
what exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
hold them criminally liable and get them up out of there that way. Get them straight out of there and straight into a damn jail cell.
Yeah,
Let me read some of this. It says, before deciding to overturn student loan forgiveness, Supreme Court Justices Alito and Thomas received lavish gifts from billionaires. Billionaire Harlan Crow even paid for a child Thomas was raising to go to private school. Let me read some comments. It says, billionaires hold the world in poverty while the environment collapses. Another comment, it says, they're not afraid enough of the guillotine. Another comment, it says, people this out of touch should be disqualified from public service, period. During ancient Greece democracy, if someone behaved this way and they were in public service position, they put it to a vote as to whether they were literally ostracized for 10 years outside of the country, so they had to start from scratch instead of funneling wealth to themselves via legislation and corruption. Another comment, it says, this SCOTUS is the enemy of the people. Another comment, it says, it's not a bribe, it's a reward for being a good and loyal stooge. Yeah. Another comment, it says, SCOTUS is illegitimate, full stop. Another comment, it says, straight to the wood chipper, these pieces of crap. Another comment, it says, I think the solution is to gather up some of these individuals hoarding wealth and start unliving them. Kind of what happened to Marie Antoinette. It's funny her name keeps popping up. Another comment, it says, they voted that the president doesn't have the power to overturn student debt, only Congress, which is correct. If Congress wants to overturn it, they can be mad at them. That's a good point, actually. Another comment, it says, it's not acceptable that entities, companies with legal and financial advisement are held to a lower standard than individual, natural persons with no legal counsel and financial advisement when it comes to taxpayer-funded loans. It is not acceptable that 18 to 60-year-olds who are groomed and conditioned to seek out a college degree to have a better life as an adult be subject to higher standards of loan forgiveness than business entities with legal and financial counsel who overwhelmingly did not meet the conditions in terms of the agreements they signed PPP loans. Yeah, so I don't think it's fair, and that's the thing, like that the point they're making related to the student loan forgiveness. It's like, okay, that's fine, we don't want to forgive the student loans for whatever reason, then why the hell did y'all forgive all of those PPP loans then? So like, what's the justification?
But no, I mean, or even those mortgages when it came down to the bad paper that they were writing back in prior to
2008.
2009. Yeah, um, they writing all that bad paper, and they got forgiven, and then the people, because it's always
The
see, and
people
that's
lost
the
their
thing,
house.
the people still lost the house even after the government paid off the house. You know what
So
I'm saying?
the banks were the only ones who won.
Exactly, but everything is predatory toward the people, and like at some point, you know, people will realize, okay, the way that the system is working, like, and like when people saying that, okay, but I think that this is what they're pushing for. They pushing for some kind of civil war so that they can take a different approach and because I think they really want to bring in a new constitution and say, hey, this is the way things are going to be, and freedom is not going to be on the table for the average person. Like this is like I don't, like people are pushing for you know, you know, heavy on the left side, but it's always going to be the people who lose in situations like this unless we the ones that step up and we create what we think is best for people, and that's what happened when America was born. You know what I'm saying? Like this is something that was supposed to be standalone. People being able to have the freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and like able to protest. Like I mean, all these different things that empowered the people. But the people are so lazy that they don't want to even fight for what They don't even realize how good we have it under this system. It's just that we've gotten mind control. You know what I'm saying? We believe that these people are doing the best thing for us,
Well,
and
the
at the
people of
same time,
France.
huh?
Let me. Speaking of civil war, have you seen what's happening in France right now?
Yeah, that little boy that teenager got killed, and they tearing it down out
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
Yep. It spread all over the place.
yeah. But I mean that's like a lot of things that they've been going through with their government for so long that like it's certain things that just like that send it into chaos, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And
Powder
I mean,
cake.
I could see that happening here because it's like so many things that it's some of us really I don't think really is seeing the big picture. Like I a lot of us are saying, hey, you need to look at the big picture, but you're not even seeing the big picture. Like it's so many things that's going on wrong, you know, especially we talking about like things against nature. Like, bro, God is gonna win every time. Like God is nature. So you fight against nature. At some point, everything that you're doing against nature will correct itself. Like, dude, like chill the hell out. Like, stop trying to push these different things. And then, like, cause I mean, people are gonna get tired. Like, I mean, it's gonna come to a point where everything that people are trying to, be politically correct about, and knowing that like these things are just not, the way to do things. No, we don't have to go harm anybody because they're doing something differently. But that's what like we're supposed to have freedom. But when you start trying to force other people to accept things that they, you know, like within their own religion or beliefs, trying to force that like you're taking away other people's freedoms because you want to express yours. It's just uh,
Yeah,
okay.
the people need to wake up. France is not feeling it. Let me read this. It says President Emmanuel Macron fought to contain a mounting crisis as unrest erupts for a third day over deadly police shooting of a teenager of Algerian and Moroccan descent during a traffic stop in Paris suburb.
Unrest erupted again on Thursday in France, marking the third day of clashes over the deadly police shooting of a teenager. In Nanterre, where the incident took place, cars were set on fire, and protesters set up road barricades, hurling projectiles at lines of police. Riot police fired back with tear gas. Earlier in the day, there had been a largely peaceful march for the victim, identified as 17-year-old Nael of North African descent. He was shot dead during a traffic stop, and public anger over the incident led to riots across France this week. The teenager's mother chanted "Justice for Nael" with other supporters in the march. Karima Katem, a local counselor in Blanc-Mesnel, northeast of Paris, says people's patience is running thin.
I think we owe this today to Nael. There have already been so many like him before, and we don't want any more. By killing Nael, they killed our child.
Earlier, President Emmanuel Macron held a crisis meeting with senior ministers over the shooting and condemned the unrest. Interior Minister Gerald Darmanin said 40,000 police officers would be deployed across the country on Thursday. That's nearly 4 times the numbers mobilized the previous day. A video shared on social media, verified by Reuters, shows 2 police officers beside a Mercedes AMG car, with one shooting at the teenage driver at close range as he pulled away. He died shortly afterwards from his wounds. A Nanterre prosecutor said the officer involved had been put under formal investigation for voluntary homicide. The officer has acknowledged firing a lethal shot, the prosecutors added, telling investigators he wanted to prevent a car chase after the teenager allegedly committed several traffic violations. The incident has fed long-standing complaints of police violence and systemic racism inside law enforcement.
Wait, so he didn't want a car chase, so he shot him. And the whole thing was because of some traffic violations. So some traffic violations justifies you killing this kid because you didn't want to do a freaking police chase.
Yeah, him possibly getting away.
That's your logic.
Enforcement agencies, from rights groups, and within the low-income, racially mixed suburbs across the country. Authorities deny the accusations.
Yeah, man. So, it's a powder keg. We got powder kegs all across the world, and it's the same way over here in the United States. Another George Floyd incident or something happens, and you're going to see this kind of thing happening over here in the States. Because they haven't fixed the situation. Everything is still the same.
Yeah. No, I mean, the whole idea, because see, this is something that probably could have gotten fixed sooner, but because they're trying to protect one of their own when they're clearly wrong, you know what I'm saying? Instead of like, okay, you know what, you really fucked up this time, and not, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is like that whole blue lines thing, and trying to, you know what I'm saying, that's something that's gonna always piss the people off. It's like, wait a minute, so you mean to tell me that protecting this guy that killed somebody wrongfully is okay, and he's gonna get away, he's gonna live, he's gonna go enjoy his family, and this kid who hadn't had a chance to live yet is gone because of this foolishness, this fool that decided that he didn't want to do his job. Like,
and we have to mention that this guy, he was a racial minority, and there's a huge racial tensions in Europe, the migration crisis or whatever they want to call it, and it's a lot of hate. It's racial animosity that's underlining this whole thing, and that's the reason why people are reacting the way that they are, is because that they know that that's the reason. And you could tell by these comments. Like, let me read a couple of these comments. It says return on investments can sometimes be negative too. So that read between the lines on that, because what they've been saying is that, you know, France put money to allow these migrants in, or pay for the migrants to come or whatever, and that's the reason why you having all of this crime in Europe and stuff. That's what they're saying. Look,
But
let me read another comment. It says reinforcement coming through Mediterranean. Like, so what does this person mean by that? So like I say, the migrants or whatever, you know, they're saying that these people aren't European or whatever, you know, and so they're gonna send reinforcements through the Mediterranean. That's what this person is saying. Don't even have enough nuts to put a picture up here. They can speak this hateful stuff. Another comment, it says diversity is our strength. So I think they're being what's the word? The opposite. They're being damn it, I can't think of the word I'm looking for. Another one says celebrate diversity. See, most of these are negative comments. This one, it says we support the police. The immigrants may move back to their countries, tired of Muslims living next door and being criminals. So we support the police. The immigrants may move back to their countries, tired of Muslims living next door and being criminals. Really. This one, it says bring on the French Foreign Legion to quell this crap. See, all of these are negative comments. And read another one. It says, I love how the reporter says as he's pulling away to describe fleeing from police. So this person, you're justifying them shooting him. Okay, whether they're saying pulling away or fleeing from arrest, either way, him shooting and killing this guy was a justifiable action or reaction to the situation. Is that what you're saying, buddy?
Sounds like it.
Another one says diversity at work. See, they're saying, you know, diversity is bad, right? So diversity is bad. You got Muslims, you got brown people, and that's the diversity that they're bringing the criminal element, and they're just, you know.
But overall, a lot of this stuff is by design, because this is how they're able to put people up against each other that clearly both want peace somewhere. This high level of immigrants, you know, if you want to say immigrants in this area, and clearly these people, I mean, we always know France is a racist, has a high level of racism still. So certain levels, some of these people being put in these different areas would give high attention. And like these people know these, like they know the statistics of, I mean, there's certain places that some of these people probably could have gone and wouldn't have been as big of an issue, even if they are running from some form of trying to get some kind of asylum or something like that, but they end up in these places where it's hostile for them. Yep. I don't think that's done accidentally.
I think you're onto something with that. Let me read another comment. It says, power of the people will overtake any government. People need to decide what the government do for the people and by the people. Don't condone violence and destruction, but each to their own. Yeah, man, I like this comment. This is the first decent comment out of all of them. It says power of the people will overtake any government. So like this, you know, those riots show where the real power lies. They're getting all of these police, but I saw some more clips where they're running all up in the they ran up in the what do you call it? The World Trade Center? What? No, the like the where the money exchange, and they're looting the fine clothing places and stuff.
I'm sorry, y'all. My brain is
I don't know either. I wish I could help you.
my brain is fried. Hold on, I'm gonna share some of these, just some clips. I think I saw it here. But anyways, go ahead and make comments while I'm looking this up.
Man, I think that you know, we really got to be smart. You know, I mean, and this is in another part of the world, but I mean, still overall, I think that we got to be smart about how things are being handled, and for it to get as big as it has gotten, you know, there's things that could have changed a lot of this from the beginning, but they choose not to use those routes. And like I said, I mean, there's to begin, these people that you know, they're saying they're immigrants that's been pushed in and forced around because you know, they're using the diversity thing and saying that this is an example of what happens. Like, yeah, there's people who are much, you know, are practiced in a lot of this that know, and they actually study history on how to, you know, how things were done in other, you know, different eras of time, because they can repeat these same things because they know what kind of reaction that'll come from it. So we got to be careful not to get misused, or them to, you know, try to use certain things to manipulate both sides, while, you know, the people lose again. Like, that's one of the biggest problems that I really have throughout all of this, is that it's supposed to be we the people, but then it's they, the government, that wins. It's the days that are winning. It's not the we. It's not the us. It's not the people that's winning out of any of this. And we're gonna have to smarten up. You know, we really gotta be, you know, tactful on how we handle certain things. But, you know, there has to be something done. But I mean, burning down the country isn't necessarily the answer to, you know, if I'm to.
And I don't condone violence. I ain't gonna lie, but I can't help but to be happy to see people, you know, fighting back, man. Like,
Well,
shit is
I
messed up,
agree.
and they need to feel it.
I
They
agree.
gotta know.
But at the same time, there's things that, because I mean, like, you know, like I said, I mean, their willingness to protest, because this is what's really that's happening. This is not like a war. This is a protest. You see stuff burning and this, that, and the other. That's because they don't have guns. You know what I'm saying?
All
They
right.
can't just. I'm just saying, like, they can't really go out after certain individuals. They have to go burn up things to show their mark or their anger or whatever. Whereas, you know, things would be a lot different here, because we could, like, things can be, you know, individualized. Like, you can go pinpoint certain things, and that's that. That's not
Yeah. So
necessarily the case there. It's going to be a totally
yeah.
different dynamic if it happens here. So that's why I'm like, you know, us as the people really need to be careful, because, like, a lot of times I mean, for the most part, I see they like the media creates the narrative, and the people believe, you know, people believe like 70% of what they hear, and they will run with it and make decisions based on it, when, like, it's
Yeah.
nowhere near, you know, the people that they're angry with is not who, you know, is not the ones that really put you in this situation.
Well, sometimes violence is the answer. I have to say that, and them shooting that kid was violence. You know what I mean? And so, like, these people retaliating with violence is something
No,
that happens. You know what I mean?
I agree. I totally agree. But the person who did it is not seeing any, like, I don't like.
Sorry, my bad.
He's yeah, this guy, whoever killed this kid, he didn't get. I don't see where he's gotten hurt.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, is justice really being served?
Look at this. That shit is crazy. They're using a lot of fireworks. This one, it says, if 1% of the street brutality in France was happening in Iran, Russia, or Syria, the entire mainstream media will be calling it a civil war, and the UNSC will be meeting to discuss military intervention for a regime change. I think that's true. That's the bias. Let me play this. This shit is crazy. This one, it says, new footage of a rioter in France shooting out cameras with his illegal gun. French leaders banned guns, though, so this video must be misinformation. Don't believe your own eyes, and definitely don't share this video because it wouldn't want to embarrass French leadership. I don't think it's a gun. I think that's a fireworks deal. Like the way it sounds like fireworks to me. Doesn't sound like a gun. That don't sound like a gun to me. Let me see. We got a bunch of clips. Let's play this one. It says Macron struggled to contain escalating unrest following the fatal police shooting of a teenager of Algerian and Moroccan descent. Despite deploying 40,000 officers, government appeals for de-escalation. It says, despite deploying 40,000 police officers, government appeals for de-escalation had limited impact on quelling the widespread anger. These clips are crazy. Look at this, man. Definitely looks like a war zone. And you saying civil war is what made me think about this. I don't know. And a civil war is usually like people against themselves or whatever. But would you call like a war against the police? Would that be considered a civil war?
I think so. I mean, you got to think about it. I mean, the Civil War that happened here, that was the Union against the Confederacy. These are governments that existed, you know, both on the same land. So I mean, if we're talking about the people against cops or people against whatever, like that is to some extent a civil war or unrest, shall we say.
Yeah, civil unrest, definitely. So, but then the Union, you saying the Union would be the police and the you know, the government.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah,
okay.
That's what it was.
This is the clip I was thinking of. It said rioters are trying to storm the Central Stock Exchange of Marseille.
I might have to delete this.
That's crazy. So, like, hey, you're talking about they don't have no guns. It looks like they're doing enough damage without them. This one, it says there's stupid, and then there's looting a Zara in France without a mask on. What does the mask got to do with anything?
I don't know. Usually people are trying to hide who they are. Like,
oh, okay, I get it now.
You know, because like you know how a lot of times like, Antifa comes, like they say it's, you know, these patriots, like these people don't care. They're just
I get it now. I was thinking of like the COVID masks or whatever. But yeah, so having a mask to not, because they're gonna definitely, they got CCTVs over there, so they're definitely gonna go back through the footage and come looking for everybody who was doing this.
But I mean, under conditions like this, I would say that is would be, and I don't know if it's the same here, but that would be considered martial law. So anything that's happening right now, a lot of these people can't really be convicted for it because it's of what it actually is. So I don't know if that will really matter.
Shit, I don't know about that. This one, it says France is falling into utter chaos. Someone drove a car into Lidl store and everyone is looting that same store. At the same time, Emmanuel Macron and his wife are enjoying themselves at an Elton John concert. So it's got like a double clip here. Oh yeah, I don't want to play the music. They're gonna get me. Wow, man, the pictures are crazy, right?
Yeah, bro. I mean, for them not to have any guns, I think that they're still making, creating some havoc, some damage through it all.
It says, today the Canadian dictator spoke to the French dictator about the wildfire situation in Canada while every city in France burns. That's the rules-based order.
Comme bordel ça. C'est quoi ce bordel, frère?
Mal dominant partie 2. You see my message?
Go ahead. What did you say?
No, I was asking, did you see my message?
No, I didn't. Say, oh, you got to get out of here.
Yeah.
You want to talk before you go though? You want to talk about the damn affirmative action before you go?
I thought we did. I mean, I don't know how in depth you want to go into it. I mean, seems like I piss everybody off.
Yeah, well, we talked about it a lot on the text. But
yeah. I mean, like I said,
I don't think we really talked about it that much on here.
Well, I think here and there we kind of mentioned a few things, but I mean, like I said, I mean, as far as I'm concerned with when it comes to affirmative action, is that I think we lean too much on these people on some of these things that never really was meant for us, and maybe it benefited us at some point, but I mean, we look at the history of it, it wasn't created for us. Like, and then anytime that they want to take something away, that when it does, I mean, I think that we shouldn't really concern ourselves with that, because one of the things that we do need to focus on is to build a infrastructure of our own. Yeah, we to where we can we can create the fairness for ourselves. So, or get into positions to where we can make these decisions so that it's not so lopsided. If because really and honestly, if we're gonna look at, I think that personally that it should be really unlawful if we really want to say that every American is American, and we don't have to be split up by race or creed or what religion, whatever it may be. If we're strictly Americans, none of that stuff should matter. And yes, there are some races that may try to utilize it, but if we boycott or work together to where those types of people can't exist or don't exist, we find a way, or even just let them have what they're, if they have that control over it, let them just have it. Like I'm not gonna beg to be a part of these people's thing in any way, shape, or form. I have too much
and I get that argument, but the point is, like, okay, the race shouldn't matter. It's just that it does. You know what I mean? It shouldn't, but it does. That's like.
But when has it really affected us though? Like, I don't know anybody that gets affected by affirmative action. Nobody. White or black.
Well, people are affected. That's how Clarence Thomas was even able to get in there. He probably would have never even went to Harvard if it wasn't for affirmative action. So
that's a possibility. Okay, and you're saying it affects people, but how? Like, what ratio of people is really being affected by affirmative action?
What do you mean?
How many people are truly being affected by affirmative action? Like, have you been denied? I mean, I heard Doc speak on him not getting a scholarship because of someone or whatever, and he's a white dude. It affected him, like it cut him out. Like, I'm just trying to see, like, what black people are so upset about, like, who's actually, is this another thing that they got people up in arms about that doesn't really affect them? It's just another thing that they can use to distract us from, other things that we could be doing for ourselves.
Well, I mean, we always need to focus on what we need to do for ourselves. That always needs to be the focus. It's just that,
But it's a distraction. The part I'm saying is that here's another distraction that keeps us from doing something that really can change our lives. I don't know that affirmative action going away is going to affect you, me, or anybody that we know.
Well, I mean, it could possibly affect me. I plan on continuing my education. Maybe maybe affirmative action would have helped me to attend a elite university sometime in the future.
What? Let me ask, because you're in a pretty good university. Like, I mean, do you feel like affirmative action helped you get in, or may have deterred you in any kind of way and hurt you in any kind of way?
No, I got into the school based on my my credentials.
Yeah, which that should be across the board. And I don't think that, like, a lot of times these things are propagated. Like, these things are being put in people's head that this is what's really changed. Like I said, I mean, I'm looking for real life examples. Like, I don't see anybody ever complaining about, oh, I didn't get the job because, like I said, Doc is the only person that I've ever heard, like, personally. But up until me meeting Doc, I've never heard anyone saying that because I'm black I couldn't get this, or because I'm,
Well, that's the thing about this thing. It's really subtle and behind the scenes. How would you know? That's the thing. You're not gonna know. They're not gonna tell you it's because you're black. That's the reason why I'm not letting you hiring you.
But the same thing exists even with affirmative action being in, like, being legal or being available. Like, the same choices are still being made with it as it would be without it. Like, that's the thing. Like, we're getting
But that's the thing. If they look at
if they look at a job, if they look at a company, if they look at a university and they see that there's no diversity there, then they're gonna automatically assume that, you know, it wasn't credentials is the reason why they don't have any diversity there. So then they put in the affirmative action to force these people to have some diversity within their company or institution or whatever, because otherwise they wouldn't. And they would use some other excuse. That's the reason why that there's no diversity there.
Well, so because of the diversity not being there, I mean, in a, you know, because I could see in a public venue, such as a state college or something like that, you know, yeah, I mean, I could see that being a problem, but I mean, I'm just trying to, like, there's a lot of places where the percentage of people, because like, let's just say we're 14, somewhere between 12 and 15% of the population. There's a lot of places that we're not represented to the full, you know, to in you know, to the percentage of people in you know, across the board. And there's places where we're overrepresented. It's not always just prison, but that is one place where we're overrepresented. But my thing is that, you know, until I can see where it's affecting people that are, you know, close to me, and it's like really, I can see the problem, I'm not gonna go and, like, just because it could be a problem, I'm not gonna waste my time on that. I'm gonna be trying to focus on the things that I do know for sure is a problem. That's
but just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, you know. Just because it doesn't affect you directly personally doesn't mean that it's not a problem or that it's not happening.
Okay, but see, that's the thing, like, because I can only, like, I can't spread myself that thin to where, you know, okay, yes, some things that's a problem that could be unseen and this, that, and the other, but like, if I can't see it, why am I worrying about it?
Because that's the whole way this thing works. It's really subtle and behind the scenes, you know. It's like where it appears that people have fair shot, and then it's like they don't get the job or they don't get accepted into the school, and then they think that it was because of their credentials or for some other reason or whatever, and then it comes to find out that it was racism was the reason why they didn't do it. And it's like, well, how come, you know, we don't have you know, representation in like the NFL owners? How come, you know, I mean, there's so many examples of this. You know, it's like a limit, it's like a ceiling that's put on the glass ceiling that you can't go past, and you don't know why. You know, it's like, I did all this work, I worked so hard, and I have all the credentials or whatever, but I still can't get put on. I still can't ascend any further. And it's like, why? You know? And then it's only a certain demographic that gets to go past this certain level, you know? That's the thing. It's really subtle and behind the scenes, and it's something that you're not going to see because that's the way it's designed. You know, so you just keep people in certain groups can't ascend to certain levels. You know, let me read this. It says the conservative majority of the U.S. Supreme Court has declared race-conscious admission policies at colleges and universities across the country to be unlawful, effectively ending affirmative action in education. The landmark 6-3 ruling was along ideological lines and strikes down decades of precedent, though it did not ban the use of legacy admissions and continues to allow military academies to use affirmative action. The academies, it says it allows military academies to use affirmative action. The decision is the latest by a rogue court enforcing an extremist agenda, says Wisdom Cole of the NAACP, who warns of a resegregation of higher education. Janelle Wong, director of Asian American Studies at the University of Maryland, says the lawyer Edward Blum, who brought the lawsuit, has sought for years to undermine affirmative action. He finally found success with Asian American plaintiffs After an earlier failed attempt with a white student, many Asian Americans, not all, but way too many, fell for the trap, says Wong. Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Maria Hinojosa says the court's ruling is part of how white supremacy is trying to hold on amid changing demographics in the United States. So it says, a royal court, the Supreme Court has gutted affirmative action in college admissions, upending decades of precedent. What does the ruling mean for education, racism, and equity? Let me play this. No sound. What is going on? What is going on? Why is my stuff doing this? They're hating on me today. Anyway, so it's like, what is the results of this is the question, you know? What I'm saying is that the Supreme Court is taking us backwards, you know? There was a reason why we had the Civil Rights era. There was a reason why we had the Voting Rights Act, you know? Because we had a problem that needed to be addressed, you know? And ever since then, you know, it's a certain group that just feels like they don't want to be on a level playing field with everyone. They feel like their rights are being infringed on, you know? So they've been pushing back on this ever since the Civil Rights era, you know? So it took them a while, like 40, 50 years, but now they're coming back to the point where they can undo all of that stuff that was done during the Civil Rights era. That's the point I'm trying to make with this. So it's bigger than it seems.
Potential. I mean, I see that it, you know, possibly being an issue, and you know, like I said, I mean, I don't know anybody that it affects. If it, you know, like if it's something that I could do, it's not my you know, expertise. First of all, for me to be concerned about it, because like I said, I'm striving more and more to build my own companies, so that, you know, like I've always, you know, not want to be that, you know, like begging somebody else for a job or to be a part of something that they don't want me to be a part of to begin with. So I'm like, you know, I'm just of a different mindset, and not to say that it's better than anybody else. It's just that, you know, it's just different. So, you know, for those who do strive for those things, I mean, I hope that they're able to still, you know, be able to set their mark and, you know, prove, you know, their spot in whatever way. And not that I wouldn't fight to help people to get to that point, but like I don't see that that's something that I truly need to be fighting for, because there's many other fronts that I'm already fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but I'm just gonna take it if, you know, for whoever's saying, you know, the different people who saying that this is a problem. Okay, but I know that, you know, affirmative action was the first time it came, you know, that they had affirmative action. It was because, you know, white people couldn't get jobs. Black people had all of the talent and had, you know, knew how to do everything. They could get the jobs anywhere because, you know, they were freely, like they had just been freed from slavery or whatever, and they knew how to do all of these different jobs. The professionals were the black people, and maybe that's a overturn, because like I said, we've always really been the majority as far as I'm concerned. But they you know, they moved the goalposts, and that's something we should somewhat be used to. But expecting that you know, things can't be fair, or that you won't qualify unless you're being, you know, you have a, you know, some kind of I don't know how to really express that, but like as far as like, because like I think that we are, we hold so much value that why wouldn't they want us? And in most cases, they do want us a part of it, because without us, what do they have? So I don't, like I said, I just I don't know, bro. I think that we sometimes shortcut ourselves because we have great talents that are necessary, and without us, like they wouldn't have a lot of things would not exist without us. So
Yeah, because somebody was making the argument. I think it was Candace Owens. She was talking about the NFL, and she was saying that it's a lot of black people that's out there on the field, and she was talking about the NBA, and she was like, "Well, it's because these guys can shoot baskets better." She was like, "If white people want to be more represented in the NBA, NFL, then they need to get their skills higher with making the baskets or whatever, and
great point.
And I mean, and that is a good argument. It's just that when I look at academics, when you flip that, because can't nobody argue with black people hooping or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But as far
Or
as
even in academia.
but that's my argument, is in academics. So then you're saying that black people are dumb. That's what you're saying. You're saying black
No.
people aren't smart enough to be able to make it into these schools, these Ivy League schools, and that's the reason why it's mostly white people in the schools. And I cannot get on board with that.
Well, I mean, based on statistics, I mean, because I think we both know that white students aren't always white. Like sometimes white students are black too, and that's just filling a certain like criteria. So I mean, when we're talking about black people as a minority, I don't know if like
the numbers should reflect those statistics that you were saying earlier. So if it's like, if black people are like 17% of the population in the United States, then you should see that same number reflected in those Ivy League schools.
But I understand it, but I don't think that black people strive for those Ivy League schools as much as people think. Like I don't think black people care that much about those schools, because a lot of them are like, no, I want to go to a HBCU. I want to be at home. I want to be not far from my family. Like there are other concerns that like where they probably could get into those Ivy League schools, they're choosing to do something different because that's not what is important to them.
Yeah, and I get that argument. That's a fair argument, but it's like a narrative that's given to the black community where your way out is to make it to the NBA or the NFL or whatever.
And they're not choosing Harvard for that. They're choosing the state school that has a good athletic program, or like a lot of people are choosing exactly what they want. They're going to where they want to be.
Well, they're sold that the only way that they can make it is to make it to the NBA or the NFL, or so it's like their choices is like being a drug dealer or being in the NBA or whatever, and it's like what they're selling to the American people is that that's your only way to make it. Like so, but I look at this and I see that it's not true, because you look at the people like we were talking about the Supreme Court, all of those people graduated from one of those Ivy League schools, okay, and that was their path to their success. So it's like acting like academics is not gonna get you where you want to be in life. Like that's not a route that you can take or whatever for a certain segment of our society, is leading these people to being limited on what they can do with their life. Because you don't have to be
you could go to school and not make it to be drafted into the NFL or NBA, but then you have learned some stuff in school and you use that to build yourself a career or a business or whatever so that you can be successful in life. So they're selling it to people that, you know, going to school there's no benefits to it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, they are doing it themselves and telling their kids to go to school because they know that learning stuff is going to help them in their life and allow them to be more successful in life. You know, everything ain't for everybody, you know, and I agree with that. You know, going to school and you know, getting a formal education is not the route for everyone, you know, but a lot of people would like to go to school and learn more stuff so that they can better their life, you know. I mean, that has been the route for success, you know, the blueprint for success in the United States for a long time.
No, I don't think so. But I mean, most successful people are college dropouts, if they even go to college.
I don't see how you can say that. I mean,
because it's true.
Well, when you go to the dentist, do you think your dentist went to school? When you go to the doctor, when you get a lawyer, when somebody who's an architect or is building a building or whatever, do you think those people went to school? You know?
Well, yeah, but those are very small minorities of people that hold those types of jobs, and those are specialty type jobs. And yeah, most of them did complete college, but we're talking about the majority of people that, you know, that end up being successful. A lot of them dropped out of school or didn't go to school to begin with.
Yeah, but that's definitely not the majority. Definitely not.
No, it really is. Like, how you think all of these jobs are held by like everybody does not have a college degree. I mean, there's a lot more now than there was in the past, and it's gonna change again because like a lot of people are gonna see, like, they're seeing that, you know, they went to college and they're not even, like, the job that they got didn't even require a degree to begin with. Like, they're just going to spend money that wasn't.
There's a whole bunch of regular folks. All of these executives that work for these companies like Apple or Amazon or whatever, all of those people went to school. They're just regular folks.
Yeah, so a lot of them went to school. Some of them are dropouts. Because, I mean, especially you talking about Apple. Like, Apple is one of those places, like, they're just looking for talent. And there's a lot of people making lots of money that were self-taught. Like, I know this for certain because my ex works at Apple. Like, it's a whole nother thing. Like, and the same thing is going on with Elon Musk. Like,
she got a master's degree. That's how, you know, I mean, come on.
She has a master's degree, but a lot of people that she works around does not. I'm just telling you. Okay, a lot of these people are going to school, like, they're not, and then when they do go and they graduate, they're not using the degree that they you know, just the fact that they went to school was, you know, and it wasn't like some high, you know, some big, you know, fancy school. They just went to a state school or just you know, shoot, even some of them just went to like ITT or, you know, like some regular, like, little college, 2-year college and things like that. Like, bro, there's a lot of, say, bro, is like the majority of people don't care about those schools, and like diversity is happening regardless, because like it's average people going to most of these schools. Like, everybody's not trying to go to Harvard or to Yale or to Princeton and, these few little schools that exist. Like everybody doesn't give a shit about that.
I just don't think it's a majority. I don't think that's true.
Well, I'm sure that you can find some statistics that'll show you that, like the average, like just average people are getting these average jobs and they're making $100,000 a year, and some of them may be a little less, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know you're tired, bro. I'm gonna let you go. I'll probably stay on for a little while longer, and then I'm gonna wrap it.
Yeah, somebody will come jump on with you. Doc will
Yeah,
probably be jumping on soon.
yeah. I wonder where everybody been, man. It's like dudes haven't been on in forever. It's like I don't know, man. It's whatever.
Yeah, I don't really know myself. I talked to him once or twice, but it wasn't nothing. Through text or whatever. I think we might have talked once, but he got a new gig and it's taking up different. He's on a different time schedule or whatever. But yeah, man, I'm gonna try to get me some rest. I gotta push it tomorrow, but I'll come back on tomorrow night and we can chop it up some more.
All right, man. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
I'm really disappointed that this damn thing, they're blocking this or something. I don't know what's going on, why I can't get the sound on these damn videos. I don't know what that is about. It's like maybe it's because I'm broadcasting it and they're hating on me, but I'm going to try to read this right here. The one on affirmative action. I'm going to try to read this. Hopefully I can keep up with it. Not this one, this one. It says, hold on. A rogue court bowed down to an extremist minority influence that is going to impact the next generation of thought leaders and Americans. The same value that we have is making sure that we are having diversity in our military. We have to have that for higher education because education is access to the halls of power, right? We want to make sure that our colleges and universities truly reflect America when it comes to diversity of thought. We need to, damn it, went fast. Let me try to take it back. Sucks. That we are facing in America today. If we are removing that access for diverse students to find that space in higher education, then we are not meeting the mark, going to miss the moment, not going to solve the problems that are coming our way. It really sucks the way this is right here. So this was Wisdom Cole, NAACP Youth and College Division. That was his comments. Basically saying, it's important. The halls of power are the gate to the halls of power is education. And so when you put up walls to keep from people being able to get to education, then you also are causing it to be less diversity in the halls of power. And it's funny that they're okay with the diversity in the military, that they want that, but it seems like they don't really want diversity in the schools. It says a false narrative about an Asian American penalty was used for Target One, essential tool affirmative action that helps open up doors to diversity and opportunities for education. And that is the group suing Harvard intentionally went to Asian Americans to provide cover for its white supremacist agenda. And there's evidence that the person who brought this case, Edward Blum, actually went to an open dinner and said, I need to find an Asian American plaintiff. And many Asian Americans, certainly not all, but way too many, fell for the trap. So this was Janelle Wong, University of Maryland, who was making that comment. This one, white supremacy is trying to
hold on as much as possible. Again, for Latinos and Latinas, very important. And this is a very important moment for their understanding of where they put their alliances, right? This is not, and we have to talk about this. Latinos and Latinas can easily identify as white because it's privilege. This is a moment to understand solidarity means for the future of our country, for true representation. Damn. And then the damn shit goes so freaking fast. Really irritating to me. Let me read some comments. It says 6 people have decided this. 6 people are worsening the lives and the economic status of millions of people, especially women and people of color. This one comment, it says, take note, liberals, this is capitalism. It cannot coexist with democracy. Another comment, it says, last year, Roe versus Wade, now this, what next? Women can't vote. Another comment, it says, and they have moved on to declare President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Conservative Republicans have made it clear they want only wealthy whites to be able to get a college education. It's so crucial we must get out and vote for our local, state, and federal Democrats to help end and reverse their actions. It says, this is not a Roe court. This is just the junta of the extreme right wing of the Republican Party, appointed by Mitch McConnell and sanctioned by the right wing of the Democratic Party. Another comment, it says, I'm so horrified by this court and I feel powerless in the wake of this much devastation. Another comment, it says, the Biden administration has dropped its civil rights investigation into whether air pollution regulators discriminated against Black communities in the industrial section of Louisiana known as Cancer Alley. Some 200 petrochemical plants span the majority Black region over an 80-mile stretch of the Mississippi River. On Tuesday, the Environmental Protection Agency said in a court filing it had uncovered no finding of discrimination or other violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That's despite initial findings that Louisiana environmental and health officials failed to provide accurate information to residents about airborne emissions of chloroprene and hazardous chemical linked to lung and liver cancer. I think this story is way bigger than it seems. That's just how I feel. I think that we need to pay attention. I think that we're going backwards, you know. People died, man, for the civil rights era. People died to get the Voting Rights Act passed and all of this. And so now we're just going to throw all that away. Let me see.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today, we spend the hour looking at new U.S. Supreme Court decisions that will have far-reaching implications in the lives of millions of people. We begin with the court's landmark ruling Thursday that gutted affirmative action when it ruled Harvard and the University of North Carolina's programs considering race and college admissions are unconstitutional. The 6-3 decision overturns long-standing precedent. The court stopped short of barring legacy admissions and will allow military academies to continue using affirmative action. Writing for the majority, Chief Justice John Roberts assailed race-conscious admissions as elusive, imponderable, and opaque, ruling they violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first Black woman appointed to the court, wrote in her dissent, the decision, quote, is truly a tragedy for us all. She added, with let them eat cake obliviousness, today the majority pulls the ripcord and announces colorblindness for all by legal fiat. Meanwhile, Justice Clarence Thomas, who's now the longest-serving justice on the conservative majority court and is African-American, sided with the majority and read his concurrence from the bench, saying, quote, Even in the segregated South where I grew up, individuals were not the sum of their skin. While I am painfully aware of the social and economic ravages which have befallen my race and all who suffer discrimination, I hold out enduring hope that this country will live up to its principles so clearly enunciated in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States, that all men are created equal, are equal citizens, and must be treated equally before the law.
But that's
That
not
was
what
Justice
happens.
Clarence Thomas Thursday. During the oral arguments for this case, Justice Thomas questioned North Carolina State Solicitor General Ryan Park, who represented the University of North Carolina.
I didn't go to racially diverse schools, but there were educational benefits. And I'd like you to tell me expressly, when a parent sends a kid to college, that they don't necessarily send them there to have fun or feel good or anything like that. They send them there to learn physics or chemistry or whatever they're studying. So tell me what the educational benefits are.
This comes as PBS Frontline examined Justice Thomas's stance on affirmative action from his time in law school to Thursday's ruling. Frontline reported on how Thomas arrived at Yale Law School as one of 12 Black students and interviewed his classmate John Bolton, former national security advisor.
Wait, so he's saying that there's no educational benefits to diversity. So I think that is an argument, but like, so learning about other people and other people's cultures, there's no benefit in that. There's no benefit in having people with different backgrounds who's going to have different points of view on certain topics, and open the span of, the conversation. I think that if you have everybody who has the same background and has the same culture in a classroom, I think that you're going to be missing a lot on whatever topics that you're discussing, because different people from different backgrounds are going to have different perspectives, and that's going to add to the conversation. I think that you're going to learn more in an environment, in a diverse environment, than you would learn in an environment that's not diverse.
He believed that people assumed he was there as a beneficiary of affirmative action, and it grated on him.
He has this feeling of, oh, I'm around these white students who he senses question his presence at Yale. How is it that you, not just you, Clarence Thomas, but you, all you Black students are here? Is it because of merit, or is it because of affirmative action?
Today we begin.
And that is an issue. I ain't gonna lie. I've heard a lot of people complain about that. It's like, did I earn my position, or was it given to me, because they have to meet this quota of diversity? And that's unfortunate. I ain't gonna lie. That's an unfortunate circumstance. And then when you have people pointing their finger at you or making fun of you and saying that you wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for, affirmative action, that's really, really sad. That's really unfortunate. But, if people were just fairly hiring people or admitting people into the school based on their merit, then you wouldn't have a need for, something like affirmative action. So, it's just an unfortunate circumstance all the way around. We have a history here in the United States of, having racial animosity and, not being fair to people based on their race, instead of just hiring people based on their merit. So then you have it on the other way around, where it's like, okay, so some people are in this office or in this school basically because of the color of their skin, not related to affirmative action, but because these people are more, they're more nicer, you know what I mean? They want others like them there. So, or their buddies or their friends or family members or whatever, so there are people that are there that shouldn't be there, that didn't have it wasn't on their merit. It was on their race on the other side, not affirmative action, just, because I want others that look like me to be here or whatever. If, people want to say that that's not happening, They're fooling themselves. I mean, have you ever been in an office somewhere where you know that this person they don't have the credentials? They don't even know what they're doing. Why are they here? How did they get in here?
Begin today's show with a roundtable discussion on the Supreme Court's restriction of consideration of race in college admissions, effectively overturning decades of court precedent. Wisdom Cole, NAACP National Director of Youth and College Division, is with us. Janelle Wong is Director of Asian American Studies, Professor of American Studies and Government and Politics at the University of Maryland. Her piece for the Los Angeles Times, Affirmative Action Isn't Hurting Asian Americans. Here's Why That Myth Survives. And Maria Hinojosa, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, founder of Futuro Media, host of Latino USA, co-host of the podcast In the Thick. We welcome you all to Democracy Now! Wisdom Cole, let's begin with you. The Supreme Court has...
So these are going to be the comments I was trying to read earlier. So that's why I went to this video, so we can clear this up.
Gutted affirmative action in colleges and universities around the country. Oh, well, not in military academies, but can you overall respond?
You know, this was a devastating decision. You know, a rogue court bowed down to an extremist minority influence that's going to impact the next generation of thought leaders and Americans. You know, in this moment in time, we need to see our colleges, universities, and even corporations commit to diversity no matter what.
And if you can talk further about the significance of this decision and what has puzzled many, that while Chief Justice, who read the decision out for the majority, said that this doesn't apply, it cannot apply anymore to colleges. This actually, by the way, goes into effect in 2028, 25 years after an affirmative action decision in 2003 that was authored by the Republican Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, that this applies to colleges and universities, but not to military academies, where he saw value in officer diversity, the idea of fine for the barracks, but not the boardroom?
That's funny that they find value in diversity in the military, but they don't find value in diversity in the classroom. So why does the military guy see the diversity, the value of diversity, but Clarence Thomas says that diversity is not going to help in the education? Where? I don't understand.
Yeah, you know, the same value that we have in making sure that we are having diversity in our military, we have to have that same value for higher education, because oftentimes higher education is the access to the halls of power, right? We want to make sure that our colleges and universities truly reflect America when it comes to diversity of thought. You know, we need to make sure that we have some of the most diverse minds thinking about the best solutions to some of the most difficult problems that we are facing in America today. And if we are removing that access for diverse students to have that space in place in higher education, then we are not meeting the mark, and we're going to miss the moment, and we're not going to be able to solve the problems that are coming our way.
You wrote in social media, our future depends on racial equity and diversity in higher education. The SCOTUS affirmative action decision has put us on a path to resegregate our educational system. Can you explain?
You know, this decision is going to have impacts for generations to come. And when we think about the way in which young people have the options and choices to go to different colleges and universities, we shouldn't think that the gutting of affirmative action is now an influence or a push for young people just to go to HBCUs. Yes, we need to highly invest in our HBCUs and our MSIs and ensure that young people have access to those places and spaces. But young people need to have options and choices to go to whatever universities they want to see. I think it's important for us to understand that we cannot be on a path to resegregate higher education as we know it today, because that is effectively rolling back the rights that are being fought for each and every single day.
I want to turn to Janelle Wong, who's Director of Asian American Studies, Professor of American Studies and Government and Politics at the University of Maryland. You wrote a piece with the great writer Viet Thanh Nguyen titled "Affirmative Action Isn't Hurting Asian Americans. Here's Why That Myth Survives." Now, this is extremely significant for people to understand where this case came from. If you can talk about the Students for Fair Admissions, this done supposedly to stop discrimination against Asian Americans.
Well, this is an extremely disappointing ruling, especially because, as you say, a false narrative about an Asian American penalty was used to target one essential tool, affirmative action, that helps open up doors to diversity and opportunities for education. And that is the group suing Harvard is intentionally went to Asian Americans to provide cover for its white supremacist agenda. And there's evidence that the person who brought this case, Edward Blum, actually went to an open dinner and said, I need to find an Asian American plaintiff. And many Asian Americans, certainly not all, but way too many, fell for the trap. Civil rights lawyer Mark Rosenbaum gets it right. Race blind is blind to systemic racism. And the truth is that the lower courts found no evidence of racial discrimination against Asian Americans. Not one single Asian American student testified to racial discrimination. Not one single Asian American came forward because they were rejected due to affirmative action. It is important to keep in mind that despite the headlines, the consideration of race in admissions is not banned in totality. Affirmative action is gutted, severely weakened, but colleges can ask students to discuss in their essays how race shapes their lives. This is permissible. So it's also important, I think, that the ruling also applies only to the higher education context, not to other programs such as minority contracting programs.
I want to go to Christine Lee. Democracy Now! Reached her.
It's funny how they do that. They always flip things like it's the opposite of what it really is. And like, you know, so they used the Asian population, or you know, as a way to get rid of the affirmative action. You know, they used them as a tool, as a pawn. Like
her last night. She just graduated from Harvard in May. She was the head of the Harvard Korean Association, which is one of 25 Harvard student and alumni organizations that filed an amicus brief in support of college admissions policies that foster diversity.
My name's Christine Lee. I'm a recent graduate from Harvard College and former co-president of the Harvard Korean Association, or HKA. I assumed leadership of HKA while the amicus brief preparations were underway with the Legal Defense Fund through the NAACP. I already felt rather strongly, I think, about the importance of building diverse educational environments and understanding how affirmative action played a critical role in that. But I think seeing the collective efforts from other student organizations in advocating for this cause was the greatest privilege. I can only speak to my own experiences as one student, an Asian American woman at Harvard, but I can say with full confidence that those who subscribe to the widely publicized view of what it means to, quote unquote, deserve a position at an Ivy League institution, what it means to champion, quote unquote, merit-based admissions, they haven't met the incredible students, especially students of color. I was lucky enough to call my peers at Harvard. I mean, I didn't know the test scores or GPA of every student I sat next to in class, or every student I ate meals with in the dining hall. But what I did know was that their unique stories, the stories that they had to share, they enhanced my own life and journey in a very singular way. And I truly believe that universities have something of an obligation to create rich, diverse, unique learning environments in this way. And I also believe that's an obligation not only to their students and their university, but to the greater public as well. I think this is on my mind a lot more just as a recent graduate, but I can imagine the implications that the recent Supreme Court decision will have reaching into the professional world as well. Legal experts will definitely know far more on this subject than me, but I can't help but feel like there's a likely danger of us seeing fewer people of color going into academia as professors, fewer people of color going into medicine, law, environmental policy, and I worry that those vital perspectives are in danger of fading away. If not right away, then definitely over time.
You were just listening to and watching Christine Lee, just graduated from Harvard University, former head of the Harvard Korean Association. And Professor Wong, what's so interesting about this is that really her comments concur with the majority of Asian Americans in the country. Pew poll just found that the majority of Asian Americans favor affirmative action. So talk more deeply about who the organization is that brought this lawsuit that ended up in the Supreme Court.
The organization is called Students for Fair Admissions, and that organization is led by Ed Blum, who is a conservative white male who has gone on the attack for race-conscious programs beyond affirmative action. Affirmative action is one of a suite of policies that seek to consider race to ensure racial equality. So Ed Blum successfully brought a case against the Shelby v. Holder case, which gutted the Voting Rights Act. He has also tried to undermine immigrant voting rights, and so he had brought this case brought a case against affirmative action through to the University of Texas, and his key plaintiff there was Abigail Fisher, a white woman. When that was not successful, he purposely sought out an Asian American plaintiff, again, because it provides not only cover for his white supremacist agenda, but also because Asian Americans, there is a narrative about Asian Americans facing a penalty in college admissions. That narrative is very powerful, even though it was adjudicated thoroughly in the lower courts, and the courts with hundreds and hundreds of pages of evidence, statistical modeling, and testimony from Asian American students who supported affirmative action, that the lower courts found there was no intentional discrimination against Asian American students.
I want to bring Maria Hinojosa into this discussion. Chief Justice John Roberts said for too long, universities have concluded wrongly that the touchstone of an individual's identity is not challenges, bested skills built, or lessons learned, but the color of their skin. Our constitutional history does not tolerate that choice. You have Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the court's first Latina, writing in dissent, the decision rolls back decades of precedent and momentous progress. And of course, you have Justice Jackson saying, though she had to recuse herself from the Harvard case because of her involvement with Harvard, weighed in and the North Carolina case, talked about deciding that she wrote, let me see if I can find her quote. She said, deeming race irrelevant in law does not make it so in life. Maria, your response.
Thanks, Amy. This is, it is a historic day in our country, and yet it is not shocking. In many ways, as I'm listening to the reporting that's coming up, I mean, it's at large, which is actually how this Supreme Court will be valued in the rest of the country because of decisions like this. That's a broad structural issue, right? Where you have a country that says the Supreme Court does not represent us, nor does it represent the majority opinion in the United States. And so that to me is of concern because, as you know, I wasn't born in this country, and there's this kind of images for immigrants that we hold the Supreme Court in this kind of esteem. Well, we're seeing through that. As you point out, the fact that they're saying it's okay for the barracks, we'll take your bodies and use them for war. By the way, if you're an immigrant or even undocumented, the possibilities of getting into the military ease your road in this country. So the pathway to military is completely open, and the pathway to legacy, which is essentially, if we're going to be honest in our country, white supremacy. Now, I'm a professor. I've been in academia for a decade now. And I will tell you that what the data shows is that Latinos and Latinas have the highest rate of going from high school to college at this point. So there's hard data there. And I have met college presidents, Amy, who have told me, we have a financial plan for the, this small independent liberal arts college in the Midwest. And I was like, well, what's your financial plan? We're making sure that we're getting every single Latino that we can to come here. It's a market decision. It's a business decision that colleges and universities are going to be faced with, because look at the demographics of our country. It is unsustainable if you're only accepting white legacy students. That's not sustainable. So I'm trying to bring a different analysis. I understand everything, the shock, the horror, the disgust, the rage, the disappointment. But I want to make sure that our kids understand that this cannot stop them. Cannot stop them. All of us on this call have, and you as a white woman, Amy, we have gone through not just microaggressions, frontal aggressions. It makes us stronger. It makes us understand exactly what we represent in this country, what kind of country we want to have. So this, I'm going to quote Dolores Huerta, right? This is a moment to organize. This is a moment to build solidarity. And this is a moment to tell our young people, you got this. We are behind you. And by the way, you have power in this conversation. Do not cede your power. Do not give up, because we need you. And it's very important for me to continue to reiterate this message. Do not take this as a defeat. We've been defeated so many times in this country, and we're not going to give up. There's no other option. We cannot give up and just say, okay.
Don't give up. Keep on fighting. I think what's important with this particular part was she made the comment that it seems like the Supreme Court doesn't really reflect the views of the majority of United States citizens. And I think that's true. I think that the majority of the people of the United States feel a certain way, and the court doesn't reflect that. It kind of seems like that with our politics too overall.
It's not supposed to. The Supreme Court is not about politics. The Supreme Court has basically one job. Is this or is this not constitutional? Is this or is this not what the government is allowed to do, or is it not? That's their only job.
Yeah, that's a fair argument. I just think that what the views of the majority of the American citizens should be reflected, in the law.
Should be elected in the making and the passing of the laws. That is the representative and the executive place of executive and representative places of government. All the Supreme Court is it legal? Is it not? They are the ones that interpret the laws.
Yeah, but they also have their own personal.
Yes, representatives putting stupid freaking laws up, confusing everything right now.
Yeah, but they're at the end of the day, the Supreme Court justices are human, and their own personal biases are going to influence how they perceive what's legal and what's not. You know what I mean? How they come to those conclusions. Because we could say that they just go by the Constitution.
That's what the vetting process is about, just to make sure that they're not going to be those kind of judges.
Yeah, well,
you notice we're seeing a lot of people expecting the conservative judges to vote certain ways, and they're not. I mean, there's been a whole lot more times that these conservative judges have voted for the liberal side for one reason. That's the Constitution.
And the Constitution was written
I'm not talking about the Clarence guy. The more I'm seeing from him, the less I'm liking him.
And the Constitution was written to be interpreted too. You know what I mean? Like it's open for interpretation. Like it was written in a way for us to work out things. You know what I mean?
It's written kind of like the Bible is. It's meant to be something to last for all time, but at the same time be able to change and adapt with the times with interpretation.
Right.
I mean, it is basically people don't understand that the Constitution is not about making laws of what people can and can't do. The Constitution is about making the laws about what the government can and can't do.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the interpretation part is important, but depending on someone's own personal, biases, they can interpret the same thing in different ways.
Yeah, I've also seen several of these recent judges. I've been reading a lot more about them, where they will write a personal paper saying, "I don't believe this. I don't like this. It's BS. I would never stand for this," and then they vote for it because it's constitutional, and they have to remove themselves from that decision and go, "Well, this is what the Constitution is about, and it doesn't matter what I feel. My job is to say, is this constitutional?"
Yeah.
And whether I like it or not, it is. So,
and a lot of times that's based on precedent too. So whatever was, interpreted before, is
right,
the precedent.
That's the thing. With the Supreme Court being the highest court in the country, they're the only court that actually often does and can and does overturn their own precedents.
Let me read a couple comments underneath this video. This first one, it says, "You can make race invisible to the law, but not the streets or in public life in America." That's basically what Ketanji Brown Jackson was saying in her dissent. I think it was her. Was it Sotomayor? One of them in their dissent. That's basically what they were saying. It's like you can say that the law is colorblind, but that doesn't mean that it is. Let me read another comment. It says, "If that's the case, then leave all information about yourself off the college application. Do not list your race, name, address, gender, nada. Only college admissions should look at their sheer academic information. That's the only way to be fair." I agree with that completely.
Let's take this a step farther. Let's say job applications should only have a work history and education on them. No gender, maybe age, because age is a deciding matter in a lot of cases, especially like they're gonna look at age in like our jobs a lot and stuff like that, because you'll end up with somebody that actually can't do the work anymore.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah. So yeah, I completely agree. It would be great. I was saying earlier, if you could just put like numbers, they could do like with the college applications, they could send them out and they'll just have like numbers to identify different ones. And you don't have to put the name or nothing on there, and then they could choose the admission based completely on the merit.
All your school records are tied to your social security numbers anyway. I mean, from pre-K through college. I mean, it's all tied to that. But then again, now we have the lackadaisical security in college offices with your social security number now. Of course, theoretically, they can't do anything without the name and stuff, but it's not hard to find the cross-reference if you got it.
Yeah. So they could do that if they really wanted to make things fair, they could totally do it in that way, I think.
Oh man, you got to understand, I already have a lawsuit prepared for the colleges that I've attended to. If I ever decide to go into any form of politics, the first time it gets released, I'm not going after the person that released it. I'm going after the entity that gave it to them.
Let me read a couple more comments. This one, it says, to make matters worse, AA was created because college DID used race and gender as factors to deny admissions for decades. So that legacy crap is a double slap. Another comment, it says, of course, legacy admission stay untouched because in America, money and nepotism outweigh actual merit. Another comment, it says, didn't Lori Loughlin go to prison for bribing a college admissions employee? Yep. Another comment, it says, now, along with not having the right to ask what race you are, it should also be illegal to ask for your gender on a college admissions application or any job application.
College admission should only matter if you're applying for housing as well.
Right.
Because I'm sorry, gender is a factor in housing unless you're in a co-ed, unless you're requesting a co-ed situation.
Yeah, I agree. And so, but then on the application, they don't need the gender. They could just get it afterwards. Once you get admitted, then they'll be like, okay, if you want housing, then, we need to know your gender so we can know where to put you or whatever.
Well, problem is when you're doing financial aid and things like that, you have to get your housing admissions and all that at the same time.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they're only going to pay. Yeah, they're only going to cut one check for you. But still, that's still a way. That's still a way to start making progress toward it.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, before anyone speaks in defense of Harvard or UNC, it is appropriate they start out with explicit disclaimer on their status as legacy admission or not. Another comment, it says that the Supreme Court makes an exception for military academies is no coincidence. Integration is an important feature of the cohesion, hence effectiveness of the U.S. military machine. Another comment, it says, now they will go after discrimination in employment. Another comment, it says, Janelle and Marie are saying what we need to hear. Assess, organize, and keep it pushing. Assess, organize, and keep it pushing. Yeah. I don't know. This topic is really sensitive. Really, really sensitive. And I've already been on it for a while. I had a couple more I want to do before I go, though. Let me see here. We can still talk about the Supreme Court because they did the student loan forgiveness thing has been big. It says, breaking, the Supreme Court has struck down the federal student debt forgiveness program. By a margin of 6-3, the court has declared Biden's student loan cancellation plan illegal, but Biden can still cancel your debt. Here's why. So it's funny that number 6-3, and that's what I've been screaming all the time. That 6-3 number is really significant because that's the same number for this. We were just talking about affirmative action. That one was struck down 6-3, same number.
The administration.
It happened. The Supreme Court just killed your student debt relief. But don't let anyone tell you this is the end of the story. The Biden administration still has the legal authority to cancel student debt because Congress already authorized it. Let me explain. President Biden's first attempt to cancel student debt, the one the Supreme Court just struck down, was based on a law called the HEROES Act of 2003. This law gave the Education Department the power to waive or modify student loans for people affected by a national emergency. The Biden administration claimed the COVID pandemic was a national emergency, but the Supreme Court abused its power and rejected the president's argument. Thankfully, there is another law under which Biden can legally cancel student debt. We talked to Persis Yu, a lawyer at the Student Borrower Protection Center, to explain the legal mechanisms Biden can still utilize.
The administration's hands are absolutely not tied in this circumstance. There are many tools that the secretary can use. In particular, the secretary already has the authority, and the president can direct the secretary to use the authority to cancel student loans under the Higher Education Act, under the provisions which allow them to settle, compromise, modify, and waiver any of the debts in their portfolio. This is a tool that the Department of Education regularly uses in the maintenance of its portfolio. In fact, we've seen instances where, for example, Secretary Betsy DeVos canceled certain borrowers some amounts of student loan debt during the last administration. the president can direct the secretary to take these actions to ensure that student loan borrowers are still given the debt relief that they desperately need right now.
The nation today has a $1.78 trillion student debt burden owed to the federal government by about 45 million Americans. That's about 1 in 5 U.S. adults. It's no surprise that this far-right, corrupt Supreme Court has decided to strike down relief, deciding in favor of a plaintiff that doesn't have standing, a harm that never happened, and false claims that were never checked. This baseless decision creates disastrous new legal precedents while striking down a completely legal policy that millions of people have planned their futures around. But this doesn't have to be the end of the story. Regardless of this ruling, the law is clear. President Biden still has the legal authority to cancel student debt. He must do so right away.
Yeah, I think that this is not over, and I can't help but to, I personally have a stake in this one. I would love for them to get some of the debt off of my back. I've been taking out loans for the longest. The thing is, the way they have it set up is like when you get financial aid, it never covers the full cost of the tuition. So the loans cover the gap. It's really like a setup, because for you to get financial aid, you have to sign up for at least 6 hours. So if I think it's 5 hours, 5 or 6 hours for you to get the financial aid, and then the financial aid comes in, it doesn't cover the full amount. That's crazy, because if you could just take 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever, and then the financial aid would actually cover the amount, you wouldn't even have to do the loans. But you can't do that because financial aid is not going to give it to you unless you get 6 hours. It's like a whole ass setup. So like, and a lot of us students like me, I wouldn't be able to go to school at all if it wasn't for the student loans programs, And so I do have a dog in this fight. I'm hoping that, I see that they're going to continue to fight with this, I think. And I think that they're going to have some success with this. I think at some point, some people are going to have some relief related to the student loans. I think that's what's going to happen. I'm hoping anyways. I'm optimistic on that. Whether it's legal or not, I don't really care. I ain't going to lie on that topic. I wouldn't mind getting some debt relief related to the student loans. And, I can't help but to be angry related to them forgiving the PPP loans, which was like trillions of dollars. And they don't want to fucking forgive the damn student loan debts, which is only in like the billions. But whatever. Whatever. I hope it works out. Let me see. Is there some tweet replies on this one? What's going on? Let's see. It says United States debt, government debt 32 trillion, household debt 17.1 trillion, mortgage debt 12 trillion, auto loans 1.6 trillion, credit card debt 1 trillion. I don't know what their point was with that, but another comment, tweet reply says, this is totally biased rhetoric and that needs to stop. What do they mean? This one, it says, I love when pre-produced videos are posted the minute a decision comes out. What is another comment? It says, is this Ice Spice? Another comment, it says, though I am in favor of waiving student debt, you are wrong in saying the court is abusing its power. The court is fair. Another comment, it says, why are we okay with forgiving businesses when they fail, but not with the general population? I will never understand. I'm telling you, they build them banks out, whole bunch of money, and then they were just doing shady shit and wrong. They should have went out of business. They use taxpayer money to build the damn banks out. But they don't never want to do nothing to help the actual American people. See, forgiving the student loan debts will actually help people. The people didn't benefit from them bailing the banks out at all. The people still lost their homes. The banks went home with fucking checks, still giving huge ass money to their CEOs and shit, bonuses and shit. They totally got paid off of that. Another comment, it says businesses create jobs and stimulate the economy for the most part. What? How does that even fit in this conversation? Oh, he's trying to reply to. Okay, he's replying
exactly what you were just talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So, but that's. But that's a bullshit. That's what they always say, and that's bullshit. So it's like the reason why Walmart and Amazon can get all of these subsidies from the government is because they provide jobs. But they provide jobs, and these people have to be on food stamps and get money from the government because they're not making enough money at their job, so they can pay these people starvation wages, and it's whatever, man. That's a huge whatever.
That's the leftist rabbit hole, man. That's the same. You're like saying that's the same argument they use. That's the same argument I always hear on the other side. Neither is an answer, and 80% of these people that aren't making a living wage are posting how poor they are from their brand new iPhones.
Let me read this one.
Or
it says
they're choosing to live in high places. They're choosing to get brand new cars, Tifuses, name bags. A lot of these I don't get a living wage people are really seriously just making bad choices. And I got to say the same thing. I was making I make better choices now. I don't make a living wage. I've made less than $20,000 the last God knows how long. And I've got the basics. I mean, I'm not thriving like I should be or I could be, but that's been a lot like my own fault and my own choices.
Yeah.
Do we need a little bit more now? Yeah, because the government just put so much money into the equation that everything went up, just like it always happens when you increase the cash supply. When you increase the amount of cash without doing anything to increase the value of the cash.
Yeah, well, cost of living continues to go up, and minimum wage hasn't changed. And yes, people do make bad decisions.
Minimum wage is the only answer. Just because minimum wage goes up, all that's going to do is increase costs on the bottom line for businesses. Now you're having to pay more for everything else again, and oh shit! All of a sudden now it's not enough again. That's just as much of a downward spiral as the other decisions that are being made. That are being accused. Oh, you're wrong. Oh, you're wrong. No, you're both creating downward spirals. The idea is to increase the value of the dollar. Because if the dollar is more valuable, that will begin to arrest inflation. That will mean the dollar that you have, instead of being worth 60 cents now, will be worth 75. Prices will be able to drop. Well, prices are never going to drop because prices are like taxes. I mean, once they go up, they're never going away.
Yeah. So, but like back to what you were saying about the bad decisions, like, okay, yeah, these people making bad decisions or whatever, but that don't have nothing to do with the company deciding to, not pay people what they're worth so that they can continue to make record profits.
Well, see, that's where you got to define what they're worth too. How many of these people negotiated their salary instead of just took what they was offered? How many of these people have increased their skills to try to become more valuable to either themselves or to move up to a different company? Just sitting there going, I've been working the same job 10 years and I don't make enough to live. Well, maybe you should have been trying to work upwards instead of maintain. Because when you try to maintain in a world that is ever increasing, that means you're actually losing.
You got to improve, or otherwise you're getting left behind. Let me read another comment. A tweet reply says, he certainly can by signing into law a bill passed by both the Senate and House that forgives student debt. Another reply says, imagine getting online saying the Supreme Court abused power and is corrupt and thinking anyone would take you seriously. She needs to sit this one out. Well, I mean, saying that the Supreme Court is corrupt, I don't think is I don't think it's too crazy to say. The receiving gifts from people who have cases that's going to come across your court, huge gifts too, millions of dollars worth. I think that's pretty damn corrupty. Anyways, let me see. Doc, did you see the craziness going on in France with the
what is it this week?
It's the shit, they're rioting. A
Actually,
teenager got killed
the fun
by
I'm
the
having
police,
right
and
now is they've offered some country has offered their largest sports stadium or their largest stadium to host the boxing match between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's crazy if it actually happens.
I don't think it's going to happen. It's all a joke. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I saw him
know-
train. I saw what's his name training. Elon Musk was training, so who
Well,
knows? Maybe
he does boxing training and stuff like that, though. But Mark Zuckerberg, you know that boy's head's going to explode. That neck is going to break as soon as that big head of his gets hit.
yeah, he just don't look like somebody. He doesn't look very physical. Yeah, I don't know. It that would be entertaining. I ain't gonna lie. I might even actually tune into that if they did it. I mean, you know, like either here or there. What are they distracting us from with that? So that's the thing I would ask. But whatever, they can distract me on that one. I think I would tune into that.
You got to remember, they took 5 days talking about 2 millionaires that were dead in the first 6 hours.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. That the thing was probably over right after, way early, like, and then a whole week
No,
went by.
they only had 6 hours of air at maximum. I mean, physics, man, physics.
Yeah, man. Let's do this one right quick. It says bombshell. Social Security is sending money to Ukraine. That wouldn't be surprising to me, but we talk about the debt ceiling, and we talk about, they were talking about making cuts in veterans programs.
I'm constantly bitching about how politicians keep using Social Security for their pet funds for whenever they want to impeach a president or give somebody some money or this and that. Oh, well, let's take it from Social Security. Well, you know why Social Security can't pay for itself. You keep taking the money that's invested and it never gets to do the compound interest. And that was the whole idea behind it, is Social Security was going to build up. It was going to get real tight toward the end. And then we were going to get to a point where there were less people drawing on it than were putting into it for a while. And then, bam, it becomes a government resource instead of a drain.
It's so sad,
But
man.
now it's screwed because it may not ever make it. It may not last.
And they're
My
talking
kid
about
will not have Social Security. As
yeah, that's what they're saying. And
I
so
may
it's
not have Social Security, and I've only got like 7-8 years to go.
and how can they freaking do that after you didn't put all this money? And my dad passed away. He was in the military, and he passed away at around about 51 years old. But he wasn't married, so nobody was able to get those Social Security benefits. So it's like, where did that money go? Like, he put in for his whole life, and then he dies young, and then his immediate family.
The next of kin, the wife or child, should have been able to apply for, I believe, half benefits.
Well,
And
my mom.
underage children would have been able to apply for benefits.
Well, my mom wasn't married to him, so she couldn't get it. And for some reason, we couldn't get it. It's 4 kids that he had, and none of us got it. Anyways,
I'd actually look into that.
I don't know what the hell, but it's a ripoff. Let me play this.
USAID for the Gray Zones report audit, USAID and Social Security. What is Social Security? Which we have a big controversy here. We want to make sure they can get everybody paid off. What is Social Security doing over in Ukraine, sir?
That's a great question, Steve. I'd encourage people to go look at the Gray Zones reporting. The Social Security Administration is sending money to Ukraine. Every 5 minutes, we are told that Republicans are going to take away Social Security and starve grandma and starve grandpa. We're told this every single election cycle. But meanwhile, the Social Security Administration under the Biden team has millions of dollars sent to pay off the pensions in Ukraine. USAID also just paid off some of the national debt of Ukraine at a time when our debt is absolutely exploding. So once again, our ruling class has billions of dollars for every other country, but not 1 penny for the American people.
Wow, that is so fucking amazing. So the taxpayers, we don't even get the Social Security, and they're paying down the debt, Ukraine's debt and shit. What the freak is going on? Like, see, that's something people should be pissed about.
They can't afford to let Ukraine default on their debts until after the war is over and we are back and we have BlackRock rebuilding. Then we can afford to have. That's when we can let them default, because then they default to us instead of default in the middle of a wartime, in which case that'll make Russia's claim even stronger.
That's craziness right there. Let me read a couple of tweet replies. This one, it says, because Maximus Inc. is running the Social Security Administration, IRS, NOAA, and nearly every government agency, is no one discussing Maximus Inc. Another comment, it says, Max Blumenthal addresses UN Security Council on Ukraine and the real motives behind Washington's support for Kyiv's proxy war. So that one had a link. I'm not going to go to it, though. The Gray Zone is really great. Max Blumenthal and them. I play clips from them all the time, but you can get some of the best stuff that's out there from those guys. They do a great job. Let me read another one. It says, the government has been borrowing money from the SS fund for years. The problem is, will they ever pay it back? Another comment, it says, I don't plan on getting any when I retire anyways. Well, that's a good comment to have. That's a good sentiment to have, I guess. Another comment, it says, I'm guessing the Central and South American cartels have people over there getting all the choice arms. This topic right here just kind of really just burns me up. It makes me angry, man. I get old and I can't get the money.
You know how I feel about Social Security and the way people are treating it, and you know how I feel about the way they're doing the veterans' money too.
Really sad when then we.
At this point, I can no longer be outraged, and all I can do is say, we have to do better.
Yeah, man.
I'm beyond mad. I'm calm. I'm to the point where all I can do is look at it with a tear in my eye and say, we have to do better.
Yeah, like that's effed up.
We have to do better.
Let me read this one. It says, breaking, Democratic presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. disagrees with Supreme Court's decision banning college admissions based on race rights. Regarding the Supreme Court banning affirmative action in higher ed, I know many Americans feel that purely race-based decisions are unfair. However, this feeling misses important context. The effects of racist policies going back centuries are now self-perpetuating. Affirmative action understood this and uses race-based policies to undo the effects of racist policies. Colorblind admissions tend to favor those who are already in the cycle of privilege. It favors those who grew up in affluent, educated households. Wouldn't you like to invite in those who have been left out in the cold? So that's his position on that. I don't know if that's going to help him be president. So let's do this one. Jomera Romero, a 17-year-old Popeyes worker, just spoke to the California legislation in support of new corporate accountability bill. In May, I went on strike for the first time to sound the alarm on how the company has been exploiting minors, including a 13-year-old worker. Yeah, we talked about this a bit before.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jomana Romero, and I am 17 years old. I have worked at Popeyes for almost 4 months. In May, I went on a strike for the very first time to sound the alarm on how the company has been exploiting minors at the store, including a 13-year-old worker. During my time at Popeyes, management never asked me for a work permit. I was expected to work late until 10 or 11 p.m. There were times I missed my morning classes because I was tired after a late shift. I never said anything to management because I was afraid they'd cut all my hours and I need this job to help my family with bills from time to time. Popeyes didn't take action until hearing from a Washington Post reporter that had reached Popeyes' corporate office for comments about the child labor violations we exposed. They told her they had immediately shut down the store even though it's a franchise store. If Popeyes has the power to close a franchise store when their reputation is on the line, they have the power to step in the many other times our safety and health is at risk. The same goes for any other fast food corporation like McDonald's, who is also facing serious child labor violations. What they're doing isn't right, and they aren't the only company making false promises to teens like me, saying that this is the best first job, when so far my experience at this job has been the complete opposite. If these companies aren't going to follow the rules, it's time that legislators like you step in and make sure they are. It's time they take responsibility for us workers and stop putting the blame on the franchise owners who oftentimes don't have much of a say in the first place. Fast food jobs should be good jobs for young workers like me and the many older workers who also depend on these jobs to feed their families. We ask that you support the 500,000 fast food workers around California by supporting AB 1228. Let's work together in making fast food jobs safe for everyone. Thank you.
Man, this is a whole twisted mind fuck. I ain't gonna lie. And how much you want to bet she didn't write that? So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So you have only been on the job 4 months and you're already going on strike, and you're complaining that they are hiring underage people, but you're an underage person that got hired and said that you need the money to help your family with bills. So like, what is your argument here? You know, now, y'all know where I stand. I don't think it's cool as, and we're going backwards in a lot of ways. The child labor laws came into effect for a reason, because it had negative impacts on, children growing with defects and all of this stuff. And then it also has a lower pressure on wages when you're able to hire these children to do these jobs, and that way you can pay them low, and you can, a person that's an adult, you don't have to pay them or whatever. It's a way for them to win and help with their profits. But this argument that she's having here is not having much. It's really confusing to me. And it was all over the place. You're talking about exploiting minors, but that was strange.
Well, okay. Remember one thing about it, the hours she's talking about. That is one thing about Texas I know of. You can't keep a minor after 10 o'clock on a school night. I mean, that's just flat against the law. As far as these, I don't know. I would still go after the franchise owners as much as the parent company, because it's the franchise owners that are hiring and working directly with them. Now, on the other hand, these regional managers and stuff like that should have flags of any minors and stuff like that working in the stores in their region or area, and they should be checking up on this crap too. I mean, their job as a manager is to make sure that the employees aren't getting taken advantage of and making sure that the stores run well. And, like this one obviously has been doing this stuff for a while. Why doesn't the regional manager know about it, or the area manager, the city manager of the corporation? And I'll tell you, it's the franchise owner that needs to answer for violations of the labor laws.
I agree. The franchise owner should not get a pass. They knew what they were doing. They're breaking the law. They should be held accountable. I mean, the reason why they want to focus on, the parent companies, because that's where they can get money from in suits and whatever. Because the franchise owner probably don't have much money. Yeah. So that's the whole reason why they're doing that. But yeah, the franchise owner shouldn't get a pass. What? Why should he get a pass? Well, he's the one who's doing it wrong. Like the parent company may not even know anything about it at all. The franchise owner is the one who's hiring people. Oh yeah, I wanted to do this one. This is when I wanted to go. Look, check it out. Hillary Clinton. It says the Supreme Court's recent rulings were sadly predictable for anyone who understands the hard right agenda. Their goal has always been to install justices whose job is to turn back the clock on our freedoms, on decades of constitutional decisions, and on and on continuing struggle to form a more perfect union that includes all of us. Let's vote out their political enablers and ring in the dark, submersive money that supports them in their quest to reverse a century of progress. So that was her original tweets.
Why don't we form a constitutional amendment and try to get it signed to where they get a 20-year term?
Yeah,
that still puts that gives them a half a career in law and half a career on a Senate bench.
I would not disagree with that one.
I also think there should be a minimum amount of time spent actually on a judge's bench and not as a law teacher or brief writer or something like that. They need to be more than passingly familiar with sitting on that dais and making decisions, not just writing a bunch of papers.
Wasn't one of them one of the more recent ones? Wasn't that one like never even really was a judge? Was it?
That's why I'm tossing this little complaint out without actually saying any name, because
it was a female one. I want to say she didn't even really have.
I can't 100% disagree with the appointment, but at the same time, I feel like they're underqualified. I think identity politics played a lot into it because it was a woman.
Yeah.
We know who we're talking about.
I can't remember. It's not Amy Coney Barrett. It's one of the other ones. Anyways, the Hillary Clinton's original tweet it says, a Republican president could stack the Supreme Court with justices who will rip away all the progress we've made. She tweeted this January 12th, 2016. So she did a retweet, and that's when she made the comments underneath this. Now, I'm not the biggest Hillary Clinton fan, but I have to say that she's on point with this one right here. And her prediction came true. And you don't have to be really smart to be able to have made this prediction, but this is pretty on point right here. It's a sad state that we're in, I think, with the Supreme Court. The way people view it as not being legitimate is a real problem. And so they're going to have to do something to get the people to feel that the court is more legitimate. Now, I don't know exactly how you can do that. Maybe you can impeach some of them people up out of there and then put some other people in there. I don't see that happening though. So, it's really sad case that we're in, you know, the highest court of the land, and the majority, a lot of people feel like they're illegitimate.
Well, see, the problem is a lot of people are judging it because they're not voting the way they want to. They're taking some close calls. They're like, a lot of this really stems back to the Roe versus Wade thing, which was as much as I disagree with it, it was the right decision. It is not a constitutional issue and should be determined by individual states. On the second part of this, that friggin' law was in there for 50 years, and we did not make it a constitutional amendment. That is our bad on the American people. We did not say we want the Constitution to say the government can't do this.
Yeah, well, the states' right thing, I just was making, I did an edit on that because the Republicans that are running for president right now, they had their platform is making abortion illegal nationally. So they were saying, you know, it's states' rights or should be states' rights, but now they're saying it should be.
Well, now the Supreme Court said it's states' rights.
Yeah,
remember,
that's true.
It was a Democratic challenge to a law that brought it into question in the first place. And the whole anti-abortion thing is stemming from the right completely going batshit nuts and overreacting to the abortion up to birth laws that some states were trying to pass. So yeah, this is literally a 100-year-old discussion, war battle between two sides that was triggered off by just people going too far. I mean, we had a compromise, one that worked with, one that neither side could completely swallow, but it's an issue. This is one time in a negotiation where both sides have to come out losers.
Well, overall with the Supreme Court, and we were texting about it, but my argument is that I feel like they are taking us backwards. Like, you know, we're going back to the civil rights era, like, or before the civil rights era, actually, as they chip away at voting rights. They overturn abortion. They push back on affirmative action.
I need a little more specifics when you say chip away at voting rights, because
they did. They gutted the Voting Rights Act. They totally did. That happened a couple years or a year or so ago.
Well, see, I don't see the destruction. Some of those laws being, yeah, some of them are bad, but I also don't see some of them that people say are so bad as being bad. You know, I'm real middle ground on how that went down. There's about 60% of it I don't like, but there's a good chunk that I do. And I'm also, you know, but that also comes to the fact that a whole lot of voting rights were unilaterally changed and then used in the last presidential election when they should have had an entire year before they took effect. I mean, a whole lot of voting has been changed in the last, we'll say, 3 years, since the whole thing happened. And a whole lot of it is freaking suspect on both sides, in both directions.
I made this edit right here. Check this out about the name of this one is Republican Hypocrisy on Abortion.
Absolutely. We are creating a culture of life in America And that's a really good thing.
Every Republican candidate for president should support a ban on abortion before 15 weeks as a minimum nationwide standard.
15 weeks, we're going to draw a line. We're going to save babies in California. We're going to stand up for the unborn in Washington, D.C. And if you cannot do that, you should not be the nominee for the Republican Party.
Thank God Almighty for the Dobbs decision. Absolutely. We are creating a culture of life in America, and that's a really good thing.
Every Republican candidate for president should support a ban on abortion before 15 weeks as a minimum nationwide standard.
So basically right here, it doesn't really matter where you stand on the abortion issue. You know, it's a very sensitive topic, you know, and it's very divisive. So, but regardless of where you stand on it, you have to be able to see the hypocrisy in this, where it's like, so the post says, remember when Republicans was a right issue? They are now pushing for national abortion. So that these quotes, these clips that they play here are these guys, you know, pushing for a national ban of abortion. Well, that would make it federal. That would make it like, you know, the federal government tells the states that abortion is illegal. You know, like I say, it doesn't matter where you stand on this, okay? Which side you're on doesn't matter with this topic related to, you know, them saying initially the argument was that it's states' rights, you know, and that was what the Supreme Court decision kicked out. And that's what it said. It said the whole thing should be decided by the states. So that was the argument. And that's where they used the Constitution or whatever. And that was the legal standing that they stood on. And then that's where the conservatives or Republicans or whatever you want to say, whichever group, the ones that are the pro-life folks, you know, they jumped on that bandwagon of, you know, states' rights, that it should go to states' rights. And that's what they stood on. So, okay, you can say, okay, that's fair or whatever. You can say that. And then so different states were making decisions on how they want to deal with abortion, you know, and that's how it's been since the Dobbs decision. But with the political atmosphere and the direction that it's going in, and then you got the presidential campaigns roaring, you know, they are now saying, you know, we are pushing for a national ban. So, but then you just flipped, you just switched. At first you said states' rights. Now you're saying making it a national ban. That's the opposite of states' rights. So which is it? You know, is it that you cared about the states' rights, or is it just that you just, you know, you want to make sure that people don't have access for abortion nowhere in the United States? You know, which is it? So like I said, it doesn't really matter where you are on this topic. You have to be aware of the hypocrisy and how they are manipulating people. It's not, the integrity is not there. They don't have no integrity. Let me read. What do you think? Can you hear me? You there, Doc? What do you think about that?
Well, like I said, if they want to start progress on making a constitutional amendment, then that's what the Republican Party should do. Trying to vote it into law or something like that by having more Republican lawmakers? No. I mean, that is how you get the Constitution changed. Is you make a constitutional amendment. You get it ratified. They made it a state's issue. Now, the only way they can do that is to make a constitutional amendment. So is that the direction that they're going to head? Because if not, any law that they try to make is going to get shot down before it ever gets to, it doesn't even have to get to the Supreme Court.
Yeah. in
I'm just
that
hoping
post,
when
I
this is
was,
all done, we get together and go, let's put Roe versus Wade back. The real thing is, we gotta stop using abortion was not supposed to be used for birth control. It was not supposed to be used for bad mistakes. It was supposed to be infrequent, something that a last resort kind of situation, not a, oh shit, I hooked up with somebody, pop, oop, well, damn, I don't want it, fuck it. That's the whole idea. And that is the core issue. If you really start talking to the people that are against it and stuff like that, that's where you start getting into the core issue of it. Once you can strip away and get past all the, well, I define this as this, I define this as that. Once you get them off of the soapbox and say what really disturbs you about it, not the issue, but why are you upset with it in today's society beyond that personal life here, life there ground. Give me more than your headlines. Give me some story. And the story I hear from most of them is they feel like it's being used as birth control, as a callous way to end a life by not making, the choice not to have unprotected sex, not to be on birth control or stuff like that. Abortion to them is to be like, oh, we were on birth control. We tried this. We didn't, we were smart, but it happened and we can't. Okay, well, is there any way you can give the baby up for adoption? Blah 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 blah. And we want to go through all of that, and then it's like, well, it's supposed to be a last resort. And of course, as always, I don't care who you are or what side, rape, incest, deformities, all of that should be off of the table no matter who's in control of the law. But, there are people that don't want that even.
Let's do this last topic and I have to wrap it. I saw a meme.
I piss off both sides when it comes to abortion and abortion rights.
I saw this meme that showed it was the Simpsons again making like a prediction, because they were saying they were showing Bill Gates making the mosquitoes to protect against malaria in the States. And then they were saying that there hasn't been any cases of malaria in the States. And then after he releases the mosquitoes, then now there's suddenly cases of malaria in the States. And the meme was pretty funny or whatever. I was looking for right now and I can't find it, but I probably would get in trouble for playing it anyways.
Remember too, Simpsons have also predicted that we live on a flat earth. So
yeah. So anyways, I did a story about the mosquitoes, and I was saying that if you don't know what the repercussions are going to be for this over long term when you're manipulating with, the nature in that way. But anyways, check this out right here. It says Bill Gates becomes the largest investor in vaccines, and there's a pandemic. He becomes the largest owner of farmland in America, and all of a sudden food production plants start burning down. Finally, he starts investing in mosquitoes, and the U.S. has a malaria outbreak.
Of malaria in the U.S. And here to tell us more is Dr. Shira Daron, the Chief Infection Control Officer for Tufts Medicine Health System. Dr. Daron, good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, Dr. Daron. So nationally, the U.S. typically sees about 2,000 cases of malaria each year. But for the past 20 years, those patients were infected outside the country. So what can you tell us about these new cases? There's a big difference here.
Well, I'm glad not to be talking to you about COVID today. So what's going on here is that there have been 4 patients in Florida and 1 in Texas diagnosed with malaria so far, and none of them have traveled to another country. Now, this had happened before in 2003, so 20 years ago, with 8 cases in Florida. And luckily at that time, it petered out without becoming a long-standing problem. But some international health experts have warned that climate change could alter the distribution of various mosquito species such that we could start seeing malaria regularly in places that don't normally see it, and that would be a bigger problem.
So, okay, we're in conspiracy theory area, definitely here. But it's interesting with the Bill Gates and the mosquitoes. And then cases of malaria. Hold on, I think I found the clip, but I don't want to play this if I'm gonna get in trouble for it. But maybe I can show us still. Hold on, y'all. I'm looking. See if I can find a still out of this that I can use. Oh, this is not it anyways. I apologize, y'all. I was trying to find it, but I don't, it's not working out. Yeah, anyways, freaking Bill Gates and the mosquitoes, and then all of a sudden there's malaria. I don't know that there's any connection with that, but it's just pretty interesting though, you know, that you got him doing these experiments with mosquitoes, and now you have people catching malaria in the States. Now it could just be simple that, you know, the weather, you know, a storm, and it blows the mosquitoes from a place where they are infected with malaria. You know, that could happen. You know, it's just that I can't help but to think about you know, Bill Gates seems like he just be doing too much sometimes. What do y'all think about that? And it was Florida that they were released in. So 2 years ago, that's the same place. That's the same place that they found the malaria cases.
Funny thing is, it'd be more likely for malaria-laden mosquitoes to come up through Mexico than it would be to come over in Florida. Unless, say, someone had an infected nest or something they brought over in, like, produce.
Yeah, like they got to make it over a whole ass ocean. Like, how would they make it? So, hold on. Am I sharing? Okay. It says genetically modified mosquitoes to be released in Florida Keys experiment. This was 2 years ago. USA Today.
Inside boxes like these on the Florida Keys, a possible key to what scientists hope will slow an invasive and dangerous mosquito species. They're called Aedes aegypti and are known to carry diseases like Zika, dengue, and yellow fever, the females spreading infection with their bites.
In the Keys, they make up just about 4% of the mosquito population, but are responsible for virtually all of the mosquito-borne disease transmission to humans.
The potential solution starts at Oxitec's lab, where tiny eggs are injected with a modified DNA strain, ultimately producing mosquitoes that have what's called a self-limiting gene. Only the male offspring can survive past an early stage. The boys, unlike their female counterparts, do not bite.
They run out of females to mate with, and that's how you bring the population down.
This week, Oxitec began the process of releasing 140,000 male eggs in 6 locations along the Keys. That is part of a live experiment greenlit by the EPA. Though some environmentalists are crying foul.
Genetic engineered organisms are not something that we can control. Evolution will find its own way.
This isn't disrupting anything within the environment naturally?
We haven't seen that, no, and we are targeting the Aedes aegypti that is invasive.
The company says similar projects in Brazil led to a 94% reduction of the targeted mosquito population and point out their research is peer-reviewed. Locally, residents buzzing about benefits and risks of unexpected consequences.
My gut feeling says it's probably not a good thing. We don't know enough about it.
The EPA says they conducted an extensive risk assessment based on the best available science and does not expect the trial to have adverse effects to animals in the environment. Does this represent the potential for greatly reducing the amount of Zika or dengue fever that's prevalent in a community?
We hope so. That's why we're doing this.
The debate on this one's crystal clear here. Okay, so we know this is going on in Florida, Sam. Are they planning to bring this project anywhere else in the U.S.?
Yeah, that's the game plan, Hoda. And here.
But wait, so did Florida have cases of dengue or Zika?
Yes, that's what they're saying. They had them, and they had a population that was spreading it. So they were releasing these to help. Same thing they did with the killer bees down in that were heading up from South America. They put something out that basically made it to where only male eggs would get laid and stuff like that. So eventually they would die out.
Yeah, and so I think that the technology is pretty cool because I saw that it had some successes before, and so, but I don't know what, like I said before, the long-term effects they don't really know, so that makes it kind of scary. But back to the conspiracy theory thing,
What do you think this is?
Experiment.
It's a live test allowed by the government in a controlled area to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, so I mean, the control. Where's the control, though? I mean, you can't control the area where the mosquito's gonna go. Again, we're in conspiracy theory area, but it just sounds kind of fishy to me. Not having malaria issues. So that's another part of this. It's like, okay, so releasing these mosquitoes in Florida, and then Florida just so happened to be the place where we got some damn malaria cases, and it's the same place where they release these experimental mosquitoes.
Well, they're releasing them to reduce the population. So the question it needs to be asked, they need to go out there and find out, is the population of those mosquitoes down, or and why are if the cases of malaria are up, have the mosquitoes moved into more populous areas? Did they do this in an area that didn't have much population? Did they do what kind of population? There's a lot of things that need to be asked to find out what's going on here.
Yeah. Let me read some tweet replies. This is underneath the one Bill Gates and mosquitoes USA malaria outbreak. So one, it says, even more stunning is that all these investments were all hit by viruses in their respective areas since Windows. Another comment, it says, too coincidental. Another one, it says, there are no coincidences. Another one, it says, the capacity for dot joining has left the room. It says, him and the usual suspects.
You're muted and not sharing your screen.
My
There
bad.
you go.
You know.
Yes.
I guess that's a sign for me to wrap it. Computer issues. Yeah, who knows what the hell Bill Gates is up to, anyways. Who knows? I'm gonna wrap it and come back tomorrow. Let me see. Do I have something? Yeah, I'm gonna just wrap it. I'm tired. My brain is not working right. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Your sound's a little off though. You sound kind of
Yeah.
like you're coming out of the tunnel. Sounds
Yeah,
like you need to restart.
it sounds weird. Everything sounds weird to me too.
Yeah, it sounds like you
Anyways,
need to restart or plug and unplug
the mic.
mic.
I'm gonna just
Yeah.
wrap it. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Oh yeah, Doc. Today was this is about the 2-year anniversary of the show. So at the beginning of the show, I was doing like the videos that got the most views or whatever. So because we're right at 2 years of doing the show.
My 1 year with you was a few weeks ago, or it was the last week of the break.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Cool beans. Those are good things, you know. Hopefully we can keep this running. Hopefully we can make some money off of this some kind of damn way. But
Well, I've got a couple of little places that let me in and chat, and they say, "Hey, well, what do you do? What do you do?" And I'm like, "Hey, well, you know, I help produce, and I'm, you know, basically try to make jokes more than anything else on a show for a friend, and you should come check it out." So I'm trying to get them to come in, like Twitter or something. I'm trying to get a Twitter raid on us.
that'd be
That's
great.
when a whole bunch of people come in and they drop subs and stuff like that on Twitter for you and stuff.
That'd be great. That'd be great. I'd appreciate it.
So it's like I don't have my own Twitter, so I can't group them up because it's about 20 or 30 different people with different Twitter pages or Twitch.
Yeah.
And they'll go in and they'll raid a room, which means they all come in. They'll do a comment, they'll do a question, tell a couple of jokes, drop some subs, drop some prizes, and move on to the next room. Of course, it does make the conversation go batshit nuts.
Yeah. Shit. What do you think about it's Kick, and I'm already on Twitch, right?
Yes, you're on Twitch, Rumble, YouTube, and here.
Yeah,
I don't
my
have
page-
Rumble, so I haven't seen it on there. But I do watch on YouTube and Twitch sometimes just to pump up an extra viewer when I've got like extra screens available.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But Kick is kind of blowing up. Maybe I should add that to it.
Hey, if you can add it into StreamYard for free, I mean,
Yeah, maybe I can, huh? I haven't even checked that out.
I would check on StreamYard and see what you're able to, because they may tell you ones you can log into that you didn't know you could.
Yeah. Well, anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We'll be back tomorrow.
All right.
Peace.